We are live. Let me know if you have my audio. We're going to be answering patron questions. If you're not a patron, link to our Patreon account is in the description. So if you would like me to answer your questions, let me turn this off. Then become a patron today. If you would like to come and talk to me live on air, you could become a YouTube member. Link to that is also in the description, but it's also the join button right next to the subscribe button. You could become a YouTube member. Once I'm done with the Patreon questions, then I will post a link in our community tab for whoever is a YouTube member can come live on air and talk to me. Okay, so patrons get to ask their questions and I answer. YouTube members can come and talk to me live on air. The first question, okay, Soha is confirming that the audio is great. Friendly Muslim is here. D is here. Guys, today's first question is going to take me a while to answer, okay? The first question is from Rob. And the question seems a little bit more insignificant than it seems, okay? Let me get into it, okay? So Rob asks, is it true that Muhammad outlawed or restricted adoption so he could marry his adopted son's wife? What is the Islamic policy on adoption? It's yes and no and so much more, okay? I'm glad Rob asked this question because there's a Quranic verse about adoption that doesn't recognize adopted sons as sons, and a lot of scholars have interpreted that as like not adopting, not being recognized in Islam, okay? And if you read the verse in the Quran and the Tafsir, the commentary around it, and the hadith referring to the story, it seems that's what it was. So, but this is, okay, I'm going to tell you what happened to Muhammad and why he wanted to make sure that his adopted son is not his son, so he could marry his wife, okay? But how actually this story is about much, much more than adoptions, okay? This story is about one of the most fundamental beliefs in Islam and making sure that it's recognized as orthodox Islam, okay? And the insistence of this idea being a fundamental part of Islamic belief, the utility of that is about crushing rebellions and saving empires from falling, Islamic empires specifically, okay? So how is it possible? This is so interesting, guys. How is it possible that a story about adoption and Muhammad wanting to screw his son's wife has to do with crushing rebellions and saving empires, okay? All right, let's get into it. Okay, so let's look at the Quranic verse that this is referring to, okay? And we're going to dissect this piece by piece, okay? Okay. Screen share. All right, so this is, I think, the Quranic verse. Let me see if it, Surah 33, Ayah 4 says, let me zoom in a little bit. Okay, the first two parts is not very interesting to us. So God does not do certain things, right? God does not put two hearts within a man's breast. He does not turn wives you reject and liken to your mother's backs into your real mothers, nor does he, this is the important part, nor does he make your adopted sons into real sons. These are only words from your mouth, while God speaks the truth and guides people to their right path. Okay? So that's the verse. However, what is this about? Okay? Let's go through it. Okay, so the story behind it. Let me actually explain to you the story behind this first before we get to different sources. Okay? Let me look at verse 37. Same surah, same chapter, different verse. Okay? Go a little bit farther into what is the reasoning behind this. Okay? So if you look at this verse, there's a man mentioned here. This is a key part of the story. Zayd. You see Zayd here, and you see the Arabic version of Zayd right up here. Okay, you see Zayd here, and here's the English translation. This is significant. Zayd is mentioned in this verse in the Quran. And friendly Muslim, if you're in the live chat, confirm what I'm saying, okay? If this is correct or not. Zayd is the only person contemporary to Muhammad that is mentioned by name in the Quran. Mentioned by name. No other person, okay, by name, not by, insults, the actual name, not by like Abu Jahl or stuff like that, like stuff like just his literal name. Am I right about this? I'm not sure. Zayd. Yeah, I know. Okay, so I was saying Zayd is Muhammad's adopted son. Was Muhammad's adopted son. Okay, so Ali is not mentioned in the Quran. Ali, who's most important to Shias. Abu Bakr is not mentioned in the Quran. Aish by name. Abu Bakr is mentioned in the Quran in the story of the he was the person that was in the Quran, the story when Muhammad was leaving Mecca going to Medina. Muhammad's companion at that time was Abu Bakr, like the two people that were stuck in the cave with the spider, but his name was not mentioned. Okay. Aisha is referred to in the Quran, but her name is not mentioned in the Quran. Okay. I think the only woman that is referred to by name in the Quran is Mother Mary, but like nobody contemporary to Muhammad. Okay. So these are significant. Fatima, so important to Shias. Muhammad's daughter is not mentioned by name in the Quran. Khadija is not mentioned by name in the Quran. But this dude is mentioned. Zayd is mentioned in the Quran by name. And again, this guy is somebody that is mentioned by name in the Quran, and yet not that many people talk about him. Like Sunnis, Shias, like who talks about Zayd? Nobody talks about Zayd. Not that many people talk about Zayd. Yet he's mentioned by name in the Quran. Okay? So what does this verse say? This is the same chapter. Say, when you, prophet, said to the man who had been favored by God and by you, keep your wife and be mindful of God, you hid it in your heart, what God would later reveal. You were afraid of people, but it is more fitting that you fear God. When Zayd no longer wanted her, we gave her to you in marriage so that there might be no fault in believers marrying the wives of their adopted sons after they no longer wanted them. God's command must be carried out. Okay? So the story behind this verse is Muhammad one day, by the way, guys, this is why you can't just read the Quran and make sense of the Quran. The Quran doesn't make sense if you just read it. You have to read the stories behind the verses. And for understanding that, you have to go read the hadith and the tafsir about the verses. Or else, as the book itself, it's funny because the Quran itself claims that it's a complete book. It's a complete book, but none of these stories make sense if you actually don't read what the context in which they were received by Muhammad, right? So the context in which this verse was received by Muhammad is Muhammad visits his adopted son's house, Zayd, and Zayd is not home. Zayd is not home. His wife is home, Zainab, and Muhammad sees Zainab, and he kind of gets horny, okay, and he falls for Zainab. He's like, gee, like I'm not gonna I want Muslims to watch this, so I'm not gonna say much, okay. I'm friendly Muslim is watching, so the friendly Muslim is here, so I'm gonna try to tone it down a little bit so people could watch, okay. So Muhammad likes Zainab, and he really wants her. Zayd, Muhammad's adopted son, who likes Zainab, who's married to Zainab, doesn't like Zainab. Okay? So he notices that Muhammad really likes his wife. Like, really, really likes his wife. So Zayd tells Muhammad, have her, I'll divorce her and you can marry her. And Muhammad says no. And God says, what the hell? You don't get to say no. Make the divorce happen and marry Zainab. So the marriage takes place. All right. So the original verse that you saw. So here's the ex-Muslim or critic of Islam version of the story. So the Muslim version of this. Okay. Let's look at this story from three angles. Okay. The Muslim version of this is that this was something that seemed wrong at the time because there was a big taboo in that society for you to marry the wives of your sons or any family member, for example, like that. And Muhammad was like, at first, like, no, I don't want this. I don't want her. She's your wife. This is taboo. People will talk behind my back. Like, this is embarrassing. And God was like, no, he's not actually really your son. So go marry her. It's fine. Okay. So God was using the story as a way to clarify the ruling behind adoptions, right? So that's the Islamic version. The critic of Islam version, it was like, oh my God, are you serious? Like, this is obviously Quran being the work of Muhammad and just trying to satisfy Muhammad's dick. Okay, he just saw a woman that he got horny for, and he just made up a verse to justify what he wanted to do. In fact, you know who said that? Aisha said that. Okay, let me actually bring up the hadith where Aisha said. Do you think I'm being like insulting to Muhammad right now? I'm being as insulting as Aisha. Okay. Here. So actually, if you look at here, wait, what did I do? Aisha herself, referring to the same Quranic chapter, right? The Quranic chapter that the verse that she's referring to is 33:51. So you can see this is the hadith. This is hadith Bukhari, where Aisha is talking about this verse, which is a few verses after the verse that we just read, right? This verse says that you may. So what does this verse say? Say you may make any of your women wait and receive any of them as you wish, but you will not be at fault if you invite one whose turn you have previously set aside. This way, it is more likely that they will be satisfied and will not be distressed, and will all be content with what you have given them. God knows what is in your hearts. God is all-knowing and forbearing. So this verse is basically trying to clear Muhammad's name, right? So Muhammad marries Zainab, and God is telling him, like, people chill. This is God's doing. Don't insult Muhammad. Don't don't think badly of Muhammad. This is Allah basically taking care of Muhammad's reputation, right? After the marriage, right? So Aisha refers to this verse, you can see right here, that is she's referring to the Quran 33, ayah 51. And she says, I feel that your Lord hastens in fulfilling your wishes and desires. Okay? So, again, this is not a critic of Islam's perspective on what this looks like. This is also Islamic's perspective, because this is Islamic hadith. This is Sahih Bukhari, right? So this is also Islamic's perspective of what this looks like. And more importantly, actually, Islam admits, let me actually make sure I clarified everything. Yeah. Islam admits that this was embarrassing. The embarrassment is recorded, right? So not only, like, if we say, like, oh, this is not an embarrassment, this was just like something that happened, and it was a misunderstanding, and Allah said, like, no, it's fine. This is your son is not your your adopted son is not actually your son, so go ahead and marry her, right? If you actually look at this other hadith, and this is another Bukhari hadith, you can see all the references here, right? You see that Aisha said to Allah, okay, Aisha said, if Allah's messenger, meaning Muhammad, were to conceal anything of the Quran, he would have concealed this verse. So which verse? 33, 37. So Surah 33, Ayah 37. So this verse that I just read to you that had Zayd's name in it, if Muhammad could remove something from anything, if he had the choice to remove anything from the Quran, if he had to choose one verse, it would have been this verse. That's how embarrassing Muhammad finds this verse. Okay, so again, if I say this is embarrassing, it's not just me, it's also the Islamic perspective. Okay, it's Sahih Hadith. Okay, but here's the question: why was he embarrassed? Why was he embarrassed about this? Because we think, as critics of Islam, he was embarrassed because he was horny for his son's wife. Okay, but that's not really the case. Because horniness for people, different people that you're not supposed to be horny for based on our standards, is not something that within Islamic scripture has been shy about. Right? Like if we think if we look at these verses and feel like, okay, this was an embarrassment, okay? And Aisha, by the way, this was not it was not enough embarrassment for it to be excluded. You have to understand that the people who canonized Islam, they could have, based on our perspective, I know based on Islamic perspective, everything is there because Allah wanted it to be there. But based on a secular perspective, everything that was canonized had a political purpose, right? And these parts of Islam were not removed. The parts of the hadith that Aisha said, it seems like Allah is just doing your bidding, and the parts of Islamic scripture that says that Muhammad wishes he could have removed this verse, they were left in there for us to see. And again, it's easy as a critic of Islam to be like, oh my God, Muslims, are you insane? Like, this is obviously Muhammad just being horny and using scripture as a way to cover his desires. This is it's so easy that it's too easy. It's too easy. Like, it seems like it was just laid there for us to be like, oh my God, like to attack and think like we discovered something. But it was always there. Like, this was never hidden. So what's happening here? Like, if this is an embarrassment, like, I don't know, Muhammad's marriage to a 6-year-old is there. Muhammad just being horny for certain sex slaves, and people's like, okay, fine, I won't have her as a slave. You can have her as a slave because she's so hot. Like, that was included. Like, none of these things that we consider embarrassments based on our modern standards were mentioned as embarrassments for Muhammad. But yet this one was. This verse, like, Muhammad did so many things that we ex-Muslims and critics of Islam consider to be embarrassing and horrible. But this is like, oh man, this was too far. This was one step too far. Why? Does anybody know why do you think this verse was something that was a red line for Muhammad, that he found that his whole reputation and everything he has done is like it being in question? Okay, Satya, you don't understand what I'm taking you to a different place. Like, Satya is like, this has been discussed before. No, I'm not talking about, I'm taking you to a new conclusion from this, okay? Because the way other people discuss this verse is what I'm giving you the simple take on it for now, and I'm taking you to another level, okay? You think like I'm not just doing the ex-Muslim critic of Islam criticism that just says like, oh my God, look at Muhammad, how embarrassing. He just wanted to have sex with Zainab, so they just came up with this ruling that adopted sons are not real sons. I'm coming up with a new and different conclusion. I mean, not new as in like I came up with it, like maybe new for you guys. Like I'm just like going to show you something that might be new and interesting for you guys, because again, this is a lot more interesting than what you think. Like, I mean, okay, so here, let's go. Okay, so after these verses came down, okay, Zayd, because he was Zayd Muhammad's son, adopted son, he was referred to as Zayn ibn Muhammad, or Zayn bin Muhammad, right? Zayd, the son of Muhammad. And after this verse, he went back to being Zayd ibn Haritha, I think that's how you pronounce it, because his biological father was Haritha, and when he was first adopted, his name was changed to Zayn ibn Muhammad. But now that they realized that adoption apparently is not a thing, he went back to being Zayn ibn Haritha. And this is why adoption is not considered to be legitimate in Islamic law. And this really sucks for orphans, by the way. Anyways, but that's not the issue here, okay? Okay, we're here. Okay, so the narrative is that Muhammad, the narrative of a lot of ex-Muslims is like, okay, Muhammad is a lustful prophet, and the religion is being used to satisfy his desire. And this is just too easy, okay? And I just mentioned that there are many ridiculous parts of Islam that we consider embarrassing by modern standards, but there is nothing that suggests any embarrassment by people at the time. Muhammad but the people at the time of Muhammad, or many Muslims for many years after. Okay, so why this one? Okay, all right, before we do that, okay, so here's actually here, because of this verse. So if you want to understand what is this all about, you need to go to the verse 40. Same. So we were at verse 37, but now let's look at verse 40. So we go a little bit further. This is what all of this is about, okay? Same surah, verse 40 says, Muhammad is not the father of any of you men. He is God's messenger and the seal of the prophet. God knows everything. Okay? What does this got to do with each other? What is Muhammad not being the father of any of you men have to do with Muhammad being the seal of the prophets? Can anyone tell? Again, somebody in the live chat is saying he separated them for sexual intercourse. Okay? Why was he embarrassed? If that's the case, why was he embarrassed about it? Guys, he wasn't embarrassed that he was into Zainab and he married her. Muhammad was embarrassed because he hid that desire not to marry Zainab. The embarrassment is that he was concerned. Actually, I should have told you this, okay? The embarrassment was at the moment when Muhammad didn't take Zayd's recommendation. So Zayd came to Muhammad, they're like, Muhammad, take my wife. I divorce her. You could have her. And Muhammad said, no, you're my son. I can't have your wife. People will be talking. Okay, this is bad, embarrassing. Okay, but Muhammad knew that this was Allah's plan, and he said no to it. So what Muhammad is embarrassed about now, after this happened, was being more concerned about what people say than Allah's plan. And this is recorded in the Quran that Muhammad prioritized his reputation over what Allah planned for him. And the fact that this is now for everyone to see, that's recorded in the Quran. That is what's the source of embarrassment right now for Muhammad. Not the fact that he's horny for Zainab, right? So look, it actually it says it right here, okay? You hid in your heart what God would later reveal. So Muhammad was like secretly being like, trying to hide it. You were afraid of people. God is telling Muhammad that you were afraid of people, but it is more fitting that you fear God. Like, screw the people. This is my plan, that you marry Zainab. Again, Aisha recognizes that this as like, you just want Zainab, you're telling us God wants you to want Zainab. It's not you, Muhammad. Sure, right? It's God. But again, this whole embarrassing thing that even Aisha reveals is meant to cover something else, which comes in 3 verses after. Why, again, if this is all so embarrassing, why is it still left in the Quran? Why is it all being revealed to all of us, right? This is the Islamic belief that is so fundamental that this embarrassment of Muhammad is a made-up story, basically. All of this is made up, all right? To make this an orthodox belief in Islamic faith. Muhammad being the seal of the Prophet. But what does these two have to do with each other? Muhammad being father to no one, to no man, not no one, to no man. Again, that's key, okay? Because he is and man, not boys, because he was father to boys that died before they reach adulthood. And it's important for Islamic faith that all of his sons died before reaching adulthood, right? His daughter Fatima survived, and that's key. Fatima will come into the story again, okay? But what, again, does anybody know in the live chat? Let me see. Does anybody know? Yes, somebody gets it. Inheritance. Why is it important? But what does prophethood have to do with inheritance? For that, for us to recognize what does prophethood have to do with inheritance, let's go to another Quran, to a different chapter. All of this that we were reading was in chapter 33, but let's jump to chapter 6 for a second. Chapter 6, verses 84 till, what is this? 84 till 86 say, we gave him Isaac and Jacob, each of whom we guided, as we had guided Noah before, and among his descendants were David, Solomon, Job, Joseph, Moses, Aaron. In this way, we reward those who do good. Zechariah, John, Jesus, and Elijah, every one of them was righteous. Ishmael, Elijah, Jonah, and Lot, we favored each one of them over other people, okay? And where does this favor for the prophets come? They were descendants of David. This translation doesn't have the word seed in it, but that's the key part. Let me see if I could get Sahih Muslim. Give a different translation. Sorry, International. Oh, yeah. And we gave to him, i.e. Abraham. So the him here means Abraham, Isaac and Jacob, and all of them we guided, and Noah we guided before them among his descendants. So basically what is being referred into the Arabic is the seed of Abraham. So prophethood, based on Jewish tradition, is something that you inherit, the right to prophethood, okay? And Islam, originally, the early Islamic cult was an offshoot of Judaism, right? And this belief was a fundamental part of Islamic faith as it was being developed, right? Again, remember that Islam, as we recognize it today, it wasn't the same as when it was first it was like up in the air. It was a lot more, it wasn't very well formed or orthodox originally. Eventually, the Umayyad and Abbasid decided what's orthodox, But a lot of these tenets that we understood as fundamental parts of Islam's, originally they were debated, like they weren't recognized as, official quite yet, right? So back in the day when Islam was still going back and forth with how much its identity is the same as Judaism, this is a fundamental part. This was the whole Muhammad's prophethood is explained by him being a direct descendant of Abraham, right? In fact, one of the stories when he goes in heaven and like meets Abraham, one thing that is made very clear is that he looks exactly like Abraham, to just make it very clear that he's a direct descendant of Abraham, because that's what it gives him his right over prophethood. So inheritance is something very key when it comes to right of prophethood, right? So if Muhammad had an adult son, so imagine this, like you're a newly formed empire, or something, either the beginnings of Umayyad or Abbasids. Like let's just focus on the Umayyads, right? And Islam is becoming the religion that you use for branding, right? Like just like the Persians had Zoroastrians, the Romans had Christianity, the Arabs, as a newly formed empire, they needed to make their own religion for branding purposes, right? And this religion, the key figure in this religion is Muhammad. And if Muhammad had adult sons who survived past him, it would be great excuses to make offshoots of this religion called Islam, right? It's a great way to create new sects and opportunities for rebellions against the empire. To be able to have an orthodox religion that represents the empire and make this orthodoxy the end-all and be-all of the branding that nobody else could make offshoots out of, it's important for all of Muhammad's sons to die at childhood. And it's important that any other recognized son to not be his son. All right? Let me actually make this more clear. Yeah, somebody's saying basically Shias. I'm going to get to that, okay? Because even what they try to do, even by by making sure Muhammad has no sons, we still managed to, the future is female is getting when you're a step ahead of me. Yeah, it's not just inheritance. I agree. It's not just inheritance, but inheritance is key. Like God picks who among the sons will be the prophet, but it needs to be one of the sons. I mean, again, this is more within Judaism than Islam, but again, early Islamic belief was copied from a lot of it, but from Judaism, right? So we covered this one. Let's bring this one. So I'm going to read a section from this book. What is this book? If anyone wants to go check it out. What is this book? Muhammad is not the father of any of your men. The Making of the Last Prophet by David S. Powers. Okay? But let's go back to that part. Okay, I have to click on it again. So that book here. Where is it? 1 second. Oh, here. All right, so let's read this part. It says, as the last prophet, Muhammad could not have a son who reached puberty. Otherwise, as Muqatil states, the son would have been a prophet. The logic of this argument applies not only to Muhammad's natural sons, none of whom reached puberty, but also to his adopted son Zayd, who did. By virtue of his status as Muhammad's adult son, Zayd ibn Muhammad was a member of the Abrahamic family to which the mantle of prophecy had been entrusted as an exclusive possession. Similarly, Muhammad's grandson, Osama ibn Zayd ibn Muhammad, was also a member of this family. In theory, the mantle of prophecy might have passed from Muhammad to Zayd and from Zayd to Osama. Okay, so basically what it's saying is that if we had sons of Muhammad and grandsons of Muhammad, there would be sects within Islam Like, imagine if you're an empire and you have Islamic, there would be the people who are motivated to rebel against you will use these sons as a way to be like, that's our prophet, okay? And will create these sons as a flag against the empire. Somebody in the live chat is saying, basically Ali, right? Yeah. Let me continue another section of this book. Same book. Oh yeah, and they also killed Zayd in the story before. They also. Here's another thing. It was important, even though the Quran clarified that the Zayd is not the son of Muhammad, that was not good enough. The stories had to make it also very clear that Zayd died in battle at a date before Muhammad's death. So it was important for Zayd not to outlive Muhammad. So let's read this part. Had Zayd outlived Muhammad, he would have appointed him as his successor. Who is saying this? Aisha said this. Aisha said the following statement. Aisha said, had Zayd outlived Muhammad, he would have appointed him as his successor. We need to accept, the historic. All right, I don't want to read the rest of this. You guys could go get this book if you want to. All right, so the point we're making here is that the rallying figure, if Muhammad had any sons, he would have been a rallying figure for a rival political faction. But he didn't, and we still had a person like that, okay? We had a couple, like a couple. Who am I talking about? Somebody already mentioned in the live chat. It's Ali and Fatima, okay? Because Ali was Muhammad's son-in-law, married to Fatima, which is Muhammad's daughter. So even though Muhammad didn't have any adult sons, his daughter was good enough and his son-in-law were good enough to become a rallying cry. Shiism was invented for rebellion against the Sunni rulers. Sunni Islam was Orthodox Islam, was the Islam that was dominating. Shiism was a method created as a way to fight that, to rebel against that. Shiism was the language of the rebels. And Ali and Fatima were the tools, were the alphabet of this language. So you can see how the Quran's concern about Muhammad were having any sons were a correct one. So what I want you guys to realize is that religion is not as ridiculous as you think it is. The ridiculous parts of religion are sometimes extremely strategic, not by design, but just by the survival of the memes. This story that a lot of critics of Islam consider to be just a ridiculous, funny story about how Muhammad is just so horny that he has to use Quranic verses to be able to have sex with a woman that he just saw, is actually a genius solution to a legitimate concern that we ended up seeing that it was a legitimate concern. As much as Ali and Fatima eventually became the best stories, narratives to rebel against, the empire, the Islamic empires, it would have, if Muhammad had a son, it would have been 10 times worse. And again, this is why Sunnis are very focused on saying that the person who takes over after Muhammad is not that big of a deal. Okay? It's very secular. It's not divine in any way. It doesn't have any special spiritual powers. Abu Bakr, Omar, and Osman, and Ali to Sunnis, they were just good people. These were just the rightly guided ones. But there's nothing divine or holy about them. Okay? They were just good people. But to Shias, they wanted the whole line of succession that exists within Judaism, Shias continued doing that through Ali and Fatima. And Sunnis, because originally they were in power, they were dominating, and they wanted to make sure there's no offshoots of Islam, they were very concerned about making sure that nobody recognizes anybody other than Muhammad and after Muhammad as holy. And this is why Khatam al-Anbiya, or Muhammad being the seal of the prophets, is such a fundamental, important thing that became part of Orthodox Islam and something very sensitive. Okay? So what the Shia, and this is why the Shias constantly emphasize the fact that Muhammad's successors need to be from his Bayt, from his household, because it continues that tradition that you get from Judaism. So basically what we're saying is that this verse that talks about adopted sons are not really your sons is about so much more than just a ruling about adoption. And it's also so much more than Muhammad wanting to have sex with Zainab or marrying her. The Quran wanted the whoever the group of people are responsible for making Islam the way it is, canonizing Quran and Hadith the way it is, wanted to include this story as an embarrassment that requires an explanation, right? So a lot of ex-Muslims, the way they talk about the story, they talk about it as if this was something that happened and Islam is trying to cover up. Like, oh my God, this must have happened, and they're trying to cover it up. But no, they're trying to cover up something else, and they're covering something else by including this embarrassment to make it seem this embarrassment requires an explanation. And by including that explanation, they're emphasizing Muhammad being the seal of the prophet. And that's why you see the Quranic verse mentioning the adoption right next to the story of the adoption, right next to emphasizing that Muhammad is the seal of the prophets, is the last prophet. This is a story that was created by later Islamic empires to make Muhammad the seal of the prophets, a fundamental part of Islam, and to save themselves from rebellions. Yeah, the future is female. You're missing the point. Yes, God chooses prophet who's the prophet, but originally, when Islam being formed, the prophet being in the line of successions of other prophets was a fundamental key part of Islam. That eventually losing its emphasis is something that was done by design. So you're judging your understanding as you recognize it today and ignoring its formation. The fact that this Quranic verse is talking about Muhammad being the last prophet and making right next to mentioning that Muhammad has no sons shows this connection. Anyways, we spent so much time on this one question, but I think it was a very important one. And I also brought work from, I also showed this, how this is true based on the Quran itself making the connection, how the Hadith acknowledging this as an embarrassment, but I also show how other scholarly people looking at this coming out with the same conclusion. So I'm not just pulling this out of nowhere, right? Anyways. It's so amazing how a verse that just seems to be talking about adoption is actually empires trying to crush rebellion. I find that fascinating. All right, let's go to the next question. I think Rob should be very satisfied by how we handled this question. I spent so much time on his question. Let me actually see what you guys are saying in live chat before we go to the next question. No, Hal, that's not correct. Ali's mother was not Fatima, was not called Fatima. Is it? No. Somebody saying, in other words, someone may have made up the fact that famous and beloved Muhammad is the last prophet stuff and added it to the Quran because the descendants of Muhammad could not rule after his death. Yeah, guys, none of these stories, like very little of these stories, are historic. You know, these are just stories that people told about Muhammad, and at some point the empire decided to pick and choose or add or subtract from the stories to make it canonized. Like, there's not much we know about the real Muhammad. Okay, these stories have utility. Terrell is saying, this reminds me of the issue Europe had around the issue of succession in Carolingian Empire. Carolingian Empire, which led to its division among the surviving three sons of Louis and Pius. I don't know how to pronounce these. Yeah, I don't know much about European history, but that's very, I guess. Yeah, this is the story of the succession is a story that so many different kingdoms and empires have to deal with. All right, next question. Gusale is asking, please give a breakdown of Mossad once again busting up IRGC inside Iran again. All right, let's look at this. All right, let's look at this story. Exclusive: Israeli Mossad interrogated an IRGC official inside Iran. And guys, this is not a repeat video, okay? This is a new one, okay? You might feel like, Armin, we covered this. You talked about is Mossad going to Iran and secretly arresting and interrogating a person and then walking right out as if it's their own country. And didn't we cover the story? Yes, we did. This is a new one. Okay? Like, I don't understand how the audacity that Mossad has. They just go around Iran and arrest people and interrogate them as if this is their backyard. Like, this is, I don't think in the history of intelligence of operations, the first time that it happened, I was like, this is a new high level for the intelligence officials. Like, you just go and show up at your home and arrest you as wait, are we in Israel? No. And just walk away free. This is unbelievable. Okay, but let me actually read what happened. Israelis Mossad captured a senior IRGC official on Iranian soil. I can't get over this. You know, I know I just said all of this, but I can't believe this. Okay, on Iranian soil, and interrogated him about weapon shipments to Iran's proxies. Iran International has learned. Iran International has obtained video footage of an interrogation in which a man introducing himself as Yadullah Khedmati, deputy commander for the Revolutionary Guards IRGC logistics, says he regrets his involvement in shipping weapons to Iran proxy groups in Syria, Iraq, Lebanon, and Yemen, and urges other IRGC officials to avoid engagement in such activities. Oh my God! What? Okay, if you are IRGC member in Iran working for the government, you must be scared. You must know that, okay, I thought I'm safe when I'm in Iran, but apparently Mossad can just show up at my house and just arrest me and make me regret what I'm doing at any moment of time. I think the whole purpose of this is to show people in Iran who are working for the regime that they're closer to you than your jugular vein. And they actually say that referring to a Quranic verse. They're trying to Mossad is referring to Quran, but Israel, the government, is referring to Quran to scare IRGC officers. It's impressive. I don't know what side of this battle you are. Anybody in live chat? This is pretty impressive. This is really impressive. This is really badass. And this is why Iranian officials are so frustrated because they look so weak and pathetic, because they haven't been able to retaliate in any meaningful way. That's why they try to kill Israeli civilians in Turkey, and even failing at that, thank Iblis. But like that, because they can't get to in Israel, they're not able to do anything similar to this, and they can't get their hands on any of the officials. Let's read more of this. According to a source, Khedmati served as a deputy for worked here, IRGC logistic commander, who is known as a close associate of the former commander of the IRGC Quds Force, Qasem Soleimani. Soleimani was assassinated by the U.S. in Baghdad in January 2020. Thank you, please, for that. Khedmati also tells his interrogators about Nowruzi's connections with Fars. Okay, so this is just details of this. I don't know. It just seems pretty badass. I'm not going to read the whole thing. Oh, here's more. According to the Iranian TV report, they recruited thugs and hooligans, abducted a jihadi official linked to the IRGC, and took him to a mud hut in a field in an unknown location in the suburbs of Tehran, where they forced him to make false confessions. This is the Iranian narrative of this. On camera, under threat and torture, about things not related to his specialized field of work. Okay, so if this is an admission that it happened, okay? So this is not just something that like pro-Israel people are claiming. When the Iranian officials come and like, oh yeah, these thugs and hooligans did this, that means that the Iranian officials are confirming that this happened. The report said that the Mossad agent behind the abduction was also arrested by the IRGC's intelligence with the help of the intelligence ministry. This is something that Iranian side says, but they always say that, and we don't know if this is true, okay? Because they keep making big, bold claims about stuff that they have done, but they never ever provide any evidence that they actually, like when Mossad carries out any operations, we see it that it happened, okay? But whenever Iran claims that it succeeded at doing something against Mossad or against Israel, we don't have anything other than the claim. Oh, yeah, like I was saying, this is the second time, yeah. This is the second time evidence emerged of Israeli agents detaining an IRGC operative inside Iran and taping confessions. A short audio recording was published by Israeli media in May with a photo of a man introduced as an Iranian national, Mansour Rasuli, 52. This is the previous one. In the audio recording, Rasul said he was sent to Turkey by the IRGC to establish an operational network to assassinate an Israeli diplomat in Istanbul, a Germany-based U.S. general, and a journalist in France. By the way, this is new tactics by Israel as well, because Israel used to have this policy of never admitting any of their operations. Like, no comment was their official policy. Like, hey, did you do this in Iran? They used to have this policy of like not denying or confirming that they neither deny that they do it or confirm that they do it. But it shows how much things are escalating between Israel and Iran, where Israel is violating that policy that they had and confirming some of their operations within Iran. Anyways. So there's that. Let's go to the next question. Hey, friendly Muslim, if you want to hop on anytime, come, because I probably need to go. It would be nice to have a co-host on this, because I would like to take a break and pee sometimes. So if you're here, that would be easier. Okay, Gusale is asking, Iran seems to be claiming that they're stopped. So this is the next patron question is by Gusale. Gusale is asking, Iran seems to be claiming that they stopped some Israeli actions recently. Is there some truth to this, or just saving face? We don't know, okay? As I mentioned in the previous question, that whenever we see Israel taking actions against Iran's facilities or people, we see the evidence, we see the video, we see the action, we see the explosion, we see the assassination. Okay, but most of the counter example by Iran, like, oh, Iran is like, oh yeah, we also took action and we did something, is just like an announcement with nothing to see, right? It might be just saving face because Iran is looking ridiculously pathetic in it not being able to respond to any of Israel's actions, right? Oh, friendly Muslim is here. But so the short answer is like probably just saving face, but we can't be sure.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
How are we doing?
Good, good. How are you?
Good, my friend. Good. What's the next question?
The next question was this: like, Iran seems to be claiming that they've stopped some Israeli actions recently. Is there some truth to this, or just saving face? I could bring up the article related to that. Let me actually find it. Don't know which one. Iran says, let's see, which one we are. Oh yeah, here. Which one is more recent? July 23rd or July 24th? This one. I think they're just. If I had to bet, I can't be sure about this, but I think they're just making stuff up now because they're not showing anything. So here, Iran says suspected Israeli cell members planning to attack arrested. Okay, the intelligence ministry says they arrested individuals. The arrested individuals were purportedly about to blow up an unspecified sensitive center in Isfahan. Okay. So they're saying that they captured some Mossad agents in Iran trying to do a boom boom in Isfahan. And again, this is so unbelievable because Mossad, when it takes actions, boom boom actions in Iran, it takes out like military facilities or nuclear facilities, or if it assassinates people, it assassinates like IRGC employees or officials, right? But I like this story, like Isfahan is like very dear as a cultural center to a lot of Iranians, right? And I don't know, like it just seems like they're just trying to emotionally like make you like, oh yeah, they were coming for your beautiful buildings and we stopped them. You know what I mean? And it's just a claim. They don't have anything to show. I mean, even sometimes when they have people to show, like they have blurry faces and people are admitting to things. We don't know who, like if they're actually Mossad agents or not. What do you think?
Yeah, I think you'd need more evidence than the stories that come out seem to be an intelligence cell operating in Tehran. I mean, it's like that Swiss guy that was arrested. There always seems to be someone planning something in there. It just seems strange to me, this story.
So here's for example, there was like one story in when Israeli people managed to kill like 86, I don't know, it was 83 or 86 Iranians, right? And then they ask officials, how many Israelis did you take out? And they said 186, right? And it was very telling. Like they took 86 and you took out 186. Like it just seemed like you just made that up, didn't you? You know what I mean? Like it was just too much of a coincidence. Like that was an embarrassing moment. All right. Let me read this. Members of the network employed cutting-edge operational and communicational equipment and powerful explosives and wanted to conduct an unprecedented sabotage and terrorist operation in some predetermined sensitive areas and targets. Again, they don't tell us where they wanted to target, what they wanted to target, who were they, how many people were arrested. Like we know nothing. There's like nothing that we know about this. So again, I can't trust the story. What do you think about you, friendly Muslim? I'm assuming like you have some. What are your views on Israel's operations in Iran? Like, do you think it's a good thing? It's a bad thing that they're taking out Iranian facilities and officials? And do you support it?
I think it gets messy. I think there are problems there. I think it becomes messy. I think they need to be
Why?
part of the. I think they need to be part of other countries that are taking action and have a universal voice. But I think independent Israel having conflict with Iran is a beneficial idea.
Yeah, well, Iran is the cause of the conflict. Iran is the country that claims to want to completely remove Israel off the map. So doesn't Israel have a right to defend itself against this existential threat?
I think it should partner up with other countries against this threat.
It's trying. There are other countries. Okay, so but from Israel's perspective, other countries are giving Iran everything it needs to eventually build a nuke. Like other countries are not taking Iran threats as a nuclear power not seriously. So that's why Israel has to take actions itself to defend itself, because no other country is going to care for Israel's survival as much as Israel itself. So it sees its right. Like you guys seem to be doing a deal with Iran that allows it to enrich uraniums, and that uranium, and this is a country that openly says that they want to wipe Israel off the map, and those enrichment uraniums that the United States and every other country seems to be allowing Iran to continue doing is going to be used against us. So if you guys are not going to take any actions like this, we have the right to do it ourselves. That's their line of reasoning.
Yeah, and Russia would say the same thing, I suppose. So every country's got their own borders to protect.
Ukraine. What are you talking about? Ukraine never threatened to wipe Russia off the map.
Oh well, with NATO getting closer and closer.
NATO has never threatened that they're going to wipe Russia off the map. Like when? Like where?
I mean, they have got closer, and they've got closer to the borders of Russia, which is why it says
is that even comparison? Is it? Yeah,
I'm not supporting that action, by the way. I'm not supporting the action by Russia. I want to make that clear.
I know, but I think it's not a fair comparison. Okay, we have a country that specifically claims that its ultimate goal is to take over Jerusalem. Okay, and wipe out and cause genocide. They're openly declaring that as their official policy.
Iran has officially declared that. Like, really? Yes. I wasn't aware. I wasn't aware that it was a whole
yes.
thing. Okay, that's my lack of understanding on that. Okay. So in that case, well, then obviously they've got to protect themselves. I didn't realize that. But I mean, Iran isn't the most friendly country towards like everybody else anyway. So is it kind of like, well, I mean, is there anyone they do like?
Yes, it has. They like China. They like Russia. They haven't threatened to wipe out any other country.
Okay, all right.
In fact, they have claimed to be willing to have normal relationship with almost any other country, including the United States. That's what they claim. But Israel, their official policy that they say that they are willing to get along with everybody, even the United States. But for Israel, they're like, yeah, that needs to be wiped off the map by force.
And their biggest problem with Israel would be, what would be their biggest issue with Israel?
That they're Jews. They don't say that, but that's their biggest problem. They claim it's because of Palestine. They claim that Zionism is the force of evil for beyond just Palestine, but around the world. That Zionism is like this. It's more than just Israel. Zionism is this global force that just makes everything, bad. And Iran is the main country that is standing against this evil force. That's what they say.
Yes, Satya is saying Iran is friendly to India. Oh, okay. Oh.
Yeah, Iran is like. Why did you assume that Iran is not friendly to other countries? Like, do you think Iran is just like unfriendly to every country? Like, Iran is desperately trying to normalize its relationships to as many countries as possible.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, but the sanctions is standing in that way. So it's because of the sanctions. It's like, come trade with us, but sanctions be like other countries. Iran doesn't have much of a problem with other countries. Other countries are like, you've been tainted with sanctions, so we can't touch you. Like, so that's the issue. Anyways. Do you feel like, Friendly Muslim, do you think like the discussions here are making you more informed? Is that good? Like, do you feel like you're benefiting? Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
yeah, especially about Iran and stuff like that. That's why I sort of wanted to actually always speak to you, because I wanted to learn more about the region. So,
All right. Let's look at the next question. Gusal is saying, I assume there are many hardliners in Iran and within the government that actually don't care all about Islam. What is their best argument for the continuation of the regime? Yeah, it's true. There are a lot of people. Well, I mean, most supporters of the Iranian regime are, you know, very Islamic, very religious. Okay, but there is a growing um, population of people within Iran that not only don't care about Islam, might be even anti-Islam, but still are strongly supporting the Islamic Republic of Iran. Did you know that, friend Muslim? There are people in Iran that might be even against Islam, but support the Islamic Republic of Iran. Iranians.
yeah, no, I didn't do. I think they were sort of they were being pushed and oppressed within their daily lives, and they were leaving Islam, and they weren't happy with the government. But I didn't realize they were leaving Islam and then also supporting the government.
Not
Um,
all,
eh,
but some people.
okay.
Yeah.
Are there any polls in Iran that sort of give any sort of guidance, or are they all sort of corrupted,
Yeah.
and the information that comes out isn't really?
There's one that Gammon institution that I use, but we have somebody here that hates it, so we had a huge debate about that. But anyways, so among the people who are against Islam but still support the Islamic Republic of Iran, I think there are mostly two groups. Okay, one are the communists or like very far leftists who might be supporting the Islamic Republic of Iran because of their anti-imperialist tendencies. You know what I mean? So they like the fact that the Islamic Republic of Iran is standing up against Israel and United States, and even though they don't like Islam, they you know they really like that, and that's why they're supporting the Islamic Republic. Okay. And there's another group of people who might not like Islam but still support the Islamic Republic of Iran, and they are nationalist. They're right-leaning nationalists who want the glory days of the Islamic Iranian Empire to come back, right? And they see the Islamic Republic of Iran of actually trying to taking steps to make that happen, right? And in fact, I prepared a map for this, okay? And this map is not accurate because, I mean, it is, for some reason, it puts Xerxes down here and it's talking about the Sassanid Empire, and this guy is from the Achaemenid Empire, so I don't know why this guy is here. But everything else about this map is pretty cool, because what you see here is the map of, let me see, actually, is it close to the Sassanid Empire? So if you look at what the Sassanid Empire looked like, it kind of looked like this. But I think like what they're showing there is the Achaemenid Empire, not the Sassanid Empire. Let me actually see what the Achaemenid Empire looked like. So you can see it, like the Iran used to be a lot bigger than what it is right now, like a lot bigger. And this is how big the Achaemenid Empire was, right? So it was, yeah, so like something like that, okay? But if you look at what the Islamic Republic of Iran is doing, is basically getting involved beyond Iran's borders in a lot of these places where these older empires were involved. Like basically the old borders of Iran are being brought back, right? And these nationalist types that have like see Iran as being worthy of being an empire or being a superpower, not like a backward third world country. They see like no other regime has been able to do that as much as the the Islamic Republic regime has done. Like, so if you look at here, you can see all these areas that Iran is involved. It says Western Afghanistan. This is before the Taliban took over, right? So actually, let me tell you, Iran's influence expands as U.S. presence fades. So this is here. If you look in Syria, Iran's military props up client Bashar al-Assad. So you can see Iran is involved in Syria. These orange ones are supposedly where the Sassanid or the Achaemenid Empire was involved, and these explanations are where the Islamic Republic is right now being involved. So Lebanon, Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah killed 2 Israeli soldiers. Yeah, so Syria is somewhere that Iran has a lot of control, and Lebanon is, Iraq is, Yemen is. These areas, there's no involvement. Iraq obviously is, but this map was made at a time where a lot of these influences were not waning, right? So right now, we have a new update, right? So Afghanistan has been taken over by Taliban, which reduces Iran's influence in Afghanistan. Syria, Iran's influence in Syria was backed up by Putin, but because Putin's war in Ukraine, that backing is being reduced, and Turkey is now moving in Syria, and Iran is worried about its influence over Syria because of Turkey's increased influence there. Lebanon, recent elections in Lebanon showed how much people hate Iran's involvement in Lebanon, and how the support for that is like very low. And it's basically the same in Iraq. Recent elections in Iraq also shows all the parties. Oh, what happened? All the parties. Recent elections in Iraq shows that all the parties that were close to Iran were losing all votes, which means that they're not. Oh, here, where's friend Muslim? Which means that they're losing their political power. But Iran still has a lot of military influence there, but very low political power. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I didn't realize there was so much expansion and they're involved in so many different territories. So you can see where they've got their finger in a lot of issues.
Have you heard of the term the Shia crescent?
No, what's that?
The Shia crescent, if you look at the map in the Middle East, there's the areas where the Shias are looks like a crescent. Okay? And that's exactly where Iran wants to expand its influence. Let me show you. See, like Iran is the center, right? And if you look, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, right? That's where we have more Shias, right? And Eastern Saudi Arabia, and then Yemen. If you look at it, it looks like a crescent, right? All of these Shia areas together look like a crescent. And the Shia crescent is where Iran wants to exert its influence because of that Shia base.
Then the star would be in Saudi Arabia.
Oh, yeah. And this is why Saudi Arabia is panicking ever since the Islamic, because Saudi Arabia, which is Sunni mostly, is basically being surrounded by this Shia dominance around it, right? So this is why they're absolutely terrified, right? This is why ever since the revolution in Iran, Saudi Arabia has been on a paranoid campaign in trying to fight this Shia takeover in the region. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, perfect sense. It's more clearer than I've ever sort of looked at it. So I'm glad to get your expertise on that region.
Yeah, okay. All right, let me move to the next question by D. D is asking, have you been following the January 6th hearings in the U.S.? If so, what are your thoughts? Do you think there is enough there to change Trump, to charge Trump with a crime? And if so, do you think anything will come of it? Well, I don't know. That's why we could read about this. Let's just read about this. I mean, I'm hoping that we could just get Trump not be able to become the president. Like, if we could get just that, like, if the January 6th hearing gets us that, I would be very satisfied. Like, I'm not going to, obviously, it would be better if he does get prosecuted and like charged or something. But honestly, like, if all of this January 6th stuff means that he's not going to get reelected, I will still be content. What about you? Would you be happy?
I don't know if he'll get actually prosecuted.
But would you be happy if it?
What if he did?
Yeah.
It's a tricky one because I don't know if he did enough to warrant the actual crime of incitement.
Yeah. People in the live chat are also saying the same thing you're saying. So Corden in the live chat is saying he wasn't. Well, I know he wasn't charged. People are asking if he is going to get charged. He's saying his speech didn't ask anyone to assemble. Okay. Well, let's read this one. Wait, is this late? When was this? Okay, this was July 8th. So, as the Congressional Committee examining the January 6th attack on U.S. Capitol wraps up its first round of public hearings this week, the Justice Department faces rising pressure to prosecute former President Donald Trump in connection with the bloody assault. The Justice Department has charged more than 800 Trump supporters involved in the riot and is investigating others tied to the plot, but it remains unclear whether the department will take the unprecedented step of charging a former president based on the findings of the committee. We don't know whether there will be a prosecution. There will be prosecutions that are going to be a direct result of these hearings, said William Banks, Board of Advisors, distinguished professor of law at this university that I can't pronounce. That is not to say that Trump is not in legal jeopardy. When the 9-member committee held its first televised hearing on June 9th, the panel's vice chairperson, Republican Representative Liz Cheney, pledged to present evidence showing the former president was responsible for orchestrating a sophisticated 7-part plan to overturn the presidential election and prevent the transfer of presidential power. Over the course of 7 hearings, the bipartisan panel made up of 7 Democrats and 2 Republicans sketched out the plan, offering its findings from more than 1,000 interviews and more than 125,000 documents. Okay, well, tell us if it's likely or not. What emerged? Okay, but whether the Justice Department thinks there is enough evidence to support an incitement remains to be seen. Why do they bury the lead deep into the article? Give us the main point first and then explain. Even those who think the January 6th committee's findings warrant criminal charges against Trump caution that the panel's discovery represents one side of the story. The congressional hearing is one-sided in the sense that there was no one to cross-examine any of these witnesses or to seek to check the veracity of their sources and the like, Banks said in a 12-page statement released after the committee's second hearing last month. Trump made a similar point in his own defense. Okay, wait. Can you do a Trump voice? Why can't no, I can't do it. I wish I could do a Trump voice right now. Okay, guys, I'm going to read this. Imagine this in Trump voice. Okay, I can't do voices. Why can't they let the countervailing opinion be heard? Why are they hiding evidence from the public and only showing information that favors the Democrats? Tall tale, Trump wrote, repeating his false claims that the election was stolen and rigged. To be clear, the committee does not have the power to prosecute Trump or anyone else. That authority rests with the Department of Justice and ultimately with Attorney General Merrick Garland. Okay, so what I'm getting is that it's possible. In an interview with ABC News on July 3rd, Cheney said that it was possible that the panel would refer Trump's case to the Justice Department for prosecution, but that department doesn't have to wait for such a referral. As the Justice Department continues to investigate people close to Trump, Garland has given little clue as to whether the department is probing the former president for his role in January 6th attack, saying earlier this year that prosecutors will follow the facts wherever they lead. A spokesperson for Garland did not respond to an email requesting comment on calls for Trump's prosecution. Okay, factors. Okay, so basically we don't know. Right? That's what I'm getting. Is that what you're getting?
Yeah, I think these things are always, they're hopeful, they'd like to, it'd make a story, but when it comes to the actual something sticking, I don't think they've got enough.
Well, I mean, they might. Yeah. MAGA is saying the Republicans were rhinos. Oh, the MAGA hat atheists. We have a MAGA hat. We have a Trump supporter here. Oh my God! Look at this conspiracy. MAGA hat atheists in the live chat saying January 6th was an RBI. You mean FBI? FBI setup. Sure. Oh, FBI. Sure. You keep telling yourself that. Oh, Soha is saying but he was watching the riots and breaking into Capitol for hours before attempting to say something. But still, I don't think they have enough to charge him. I mean, you don't have to. You can charge him, and then charging somebody doesn't mean that they're guilty. God, you guys like Muggerhead Atheist saying that this was an FBI setup shows how much prone to conspiracy theories Trump supporters are. Oh, and Muggerhead Atheist is not doing whataboutism. Wait. I was saying, yet no Dems charged for their on-purpose policies that resulted in hundreds of senior deaths. Okay, this is Muggerhead Atheist. You're proving everybody that you're incapable of critical analysis by doing whataboutism. This is classic. Like, do you not see how you're doing whataboutism? Do you not understand that you're committing one of the most famous logical fallacies known to mankind? Like, I think anybody that spends any time on the internet has now have some understanding that whataboutism is a logical fallacy that doesn't get you anywhere, that this is wrong way of interpreting it. Like, how far behind you must be for this to be your response. Anyways.
How many more Patreon questions do you have, bro?
Two. I know you
Okay.
want to get to the Muhammad story.
Yeah, no. I've got a guest that I said to come on that I spoke to you about. So shall I just let him know to join the backstage?
Oh yeah, no, bring him up. Yeah, bring him up.
Okay,
Bring him up
okay.
here. I'll bring them up as soon as I'm done. Okay, two more Patreon questions. Actually, let me make sure that nobody added Patreon questions while we were doing this. Let's see if anybody was adding. Yeah, that's it. All right. Dee is asking, what do you think of Bolsonaro's chances of re-election in Brazil? Are the deforestation of the Amazon and the terrible response to COVID enough for the people to reject him? Do you think he will fight if he loses? Oh, you're asking if he's going to pull a Trump. If he's going to pull a Trump. This is a sad, like, Trump normalized this thing. Like, if the United States was going to like challenge the election results, other like fascists are going to be like, hey, this happens in the United States. Why can't we do it here? Like, if it can happen in the United States, why can't we do it? This is like normalizing this anti-democratic behavior across the world. Thank you, Trump. Amazing. Let's read this really quickly. Brazil's Bolsonaro officially launches his presidential re-election campaign. Brazil's Bolsonaro, am I pronouncing his name right? Bolsonaro officially launched his presidential re-election campaign on Sunday, attacking the voting system. Oh yeah, very Trump-like. Attacking the voting system, the judiciary, and his main challenger in bellicose? Is that how you read that? Bellicose speech in Rio de Janeiro. In a more than hour-long address at Sports Arena, the far-right leader promised he would maintain a temporary social support grant if re-elected, and warned he would not allow fraud in the October vote. Oh my God, this guy's a Trump. This guy is the Brazilian Trump. He's like, calling out fraud, like, just because he's not going to like their election. So he was already, just like Trump signaled to us that he's going to do it before it happened, and we're like, people's predictions came true. This guy is like kind of like hinting. This is foreshadowing. He's going to call the election results like a fraud, isn't he? He's doing it beforehand so he could do it after.
Yeah, seems like a repeat.
Yeah. A criticism of the election system he has repeatedly claimed without evidence is flawed. Yeah, okay, without evidence, like elections. Yeah, so much like Trump. God damn it! Why are these far right loons so much like each other? Earlier this week, the U.S. Embassy in Brazil said the country's electoral system was a model for the world after Bolsonaro warned in an address to ambassadors that the system's flaws engage in how do you read this? Oh my God.
Engendered
Engendered mistrust. Okay. Engendered. What does that mean? Engendered. No, let me learn a new word. Engendered.
Engender.
Cause or give rise to. Why didn't you just say that? Okay, so again, no evidence, just coming out and okay, my guess is that his chances are not very high if he's already coming out and saying the whole process, election process, is a fraud, right? Such attacks in recent months have led analysts to fear that Bolsonaro, who has been dubbed Tropical Trump, hey, that's tropical, they call him Tropical Trump. That's very fitting. Sounds like a drink. Who has been dubbed Tropical Trump, may refuse to accept defeat like his former American counterpart, whose supporters stormed the U.S. Capitol after he lost the 2020 election to Joe Biden. Again, Trump like spreading his poison beyond U.S. borders. Like, look at what he's normalizing. This is like what thank you, United States. Look what you have done. Look what you have done. You have infected Brazil as well. Bolsonaro's repeated questioning of the electoral system has prompted the Supreme Court to open an investigation into him. Good. Something is working in Brazil. On Sunday, the president urged his supporters to take to the streets on September. Wow, he's doing the rally before the elections. He's out-trumping Trump. He's like, I'm going to do my like anti-democratic takeover before we even have an election. I'm going to call it a fraud before the vote even takes place. The one-year anniversary of the Independence Day protest marked by attacks on democratic institutions that Bolsonaro had encouraged. Okay. Voice of the people, the deaf and black cloaked few have to understand the voice of the people, he said in reference to the Supreme Court. Oh, wow. They have to understand that it is the executive and legislative power that makes the rules. His supporters replied, the people are supreme. They waved banners with slogans such as God, homeland, and family. Oh my God, God, homeland, and family. They cannot be more far right if they tried. Look at this. God, homeland, family. That gives me Nazi vibes, doesn't it? One featured an image of Trump. Wow, even they admit that they're like Trump. Amazing. Changing the topic to his main rival and poll frontrunner, leftist former President Luis Inacio. Is that how you read it?
Inacio. Luis.
Lula.
Shall I do it for you? You just butchered it.
Yeah, I did.
Luis Inacio Lula da Silva.
Wow, how did you do that?
I read
Lula,
it.
I think it. Okay, it's not English. Okay, Lula is his. I know they refer to him as Lula, right? So just say Lula. So Bolsonaro said he prayed that Brazil will never experience the pains of communism. Sure. Again, so much like far right people. Everything they don't like is communism, right? Everything they don't like is communism. We have to attract the young leftists to our side, show them the truth, he said. Where their candidates supported others in South America. Look at the misery in those countries. Where's the election? Like, what did the poll says? The crowd responded, oh yeah, see, Lula, thief, your place is in prison. Hey, this is their version of lock her up. Look at this. Like, Lula, thief, your place in prison. It's like a copy paste of Trump. They are cutting, like, lock her up. This is exactly that, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like it. Identical arguments, identical problems.
Far right people are the same lunatic. Yeah. Bolsonaro appeared on stage with his wife, Michelle, and running mate, I can't do names, Walter Souza Braga Nido, and wore a bullet-resistant vest under his shirt. Okay, that's fair because he was stabbed in the stomach, wasn't he, Bolsonaro? Wasn't Bolsonaro stabbed in the stomach? He was.
Yeah, hence the vest.
Wait, was he stabbed? He was stabbed. I think I remember him being stabbed. Yes, he was stabbed in the belly. Okay, I'll support the vest. Amid fears for the safety of presidential candidate The event was held under strict security with metal detectors at the entrance. A month before the election, he won in 2018. Oh, yeah, I should have just kept on reading. It says here, Bolsonaro was stabbed in the stomach at the campaign rally. The last data Folha poll in June shown Lula. Oh, here's the answer to the finally the last line. Every time we want to get to the answer, you have to get the answer at the very end. So these questions are how likely it is for him to win. Here's the line. The poll shows Lula in the lead with 47%, followed by 28% by Bolsonaro. Okay, so it seems like he's going to lose. Is he going to pull a Trump? He seems like he's going to try to do an anti-democratic rally. He's going to try to do what Trump failed to do. That sounds like what he's trying to do. Does that sound like what he's trying to do to you? Seems like it.
Yep, identical in tactic and story. Nothing seems to differ. So.
Yeah. Okay, Maga had atheists in the lifestyle saying, it's amazing how someone as intelligent as Armin can be zealotry tribal. Oh, you think I'm smart? Thank you. You think I'm intelligent? That's very sweet. Thank you, Maga atheist. I appreciate that. Okay. Oh, we have somebody. You brought somebody up. Okay, I have only one more question and I'll bring him up. Sorry, thank you, Khalilullah, for waiting. I'm going to do one last question by D, and then we're going to move on. Okay, D is saying Hungary's Orban is a huge Putin supporter, but his recent race mixing remarks make him sound like more of a Yazi. Yazi is the word that we say for the bad people that were in power during World War II because we were afraid of YouTube's algorithm, so that's why we call them Yazis. So it's like more of a Yazi than one of Putin's supposedly saving Ukraine from. Oh, that one ones than the ones Putin is supposedly saving Ukraine from. Have you been following this? It's insane. No, I haven't been following this, but let's look it up. Let's look it up really quickly. What has he been saying? What did he say? Do you know what he said? Have you heard of this about race mixing?
No,
No.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with race mixing, is there? Or what's?
No. Of course, there's nothing wrong with race mixing. That's a problem. He has a problem with it, like a Yahtzee would. Okay, Viktor Orban sparks outrage with attack on race mixing in Europe. Okay, so Hungary's far-right Prime Minister Viktor Orban has lashed out against the mixing of European and non-European races in a speech that immediately drew outrage from opposition parties and European politicians. That is insane. It's not that often where you see far-right people come off this mask off, you know? Like, you know, like, we're not far-right. You just can't take our conservative pro-family views. That's why you're calling everything you don't like far-right. And then like they pull off something like this. Like, okay, sure, you're not far-right. You're just a normal conservative person. I mean, there's no such thing, but okay. So he says, we Hungarians are not a mixed race, and we do not want to. So this is his quote. This is the actual quote. This is actually what he said. Like, this is so mask off. We Hungarians are not a mixed race, and we do not want to become a mixed race. Jesus Christ. He just came out and said it. Like, this guy is like open racist. So like, yeah, I'm racist. What about it? Said Orban on Saturday. He added that countries where European and non-Europeans mingle were no longer nations. He doesn't say look at this, friendly Muslim. He doesn't say that they're like they're suffering or that they're degrading or like society, like the fabrics of society is like being attacked or something. He's like, no, it's done. It's over. They're no longer nations. They're like literally not nations anymore. Okay. Orban has been making similar claims for years, but these comments were couched in stark far-right terms. You're like, yeah, I've been a dictator for all this long, and nobody seems to mind, so why not just go all the way? Wow, that's crazy. Okay, so an MEP from the opposition Momentum Party said she was appalled by the Prime Minister's speech. His statements recall a time I think we would all like to forget. They really show the true colors of the regime, she said. On Twitter, She addressed mixed race people in Hungary. Your skin color may be different. You may come from Europe or beyond, but you are one of us, and we are proud of you. Diversity strengthens the nation. It doesn't weaken it. I wouldn't say diversity strengthens a nation. I would say diversity is the sign of the strength of a nation. Like it doesn't. Maybe sometimes it does actually cause a strengthen the nation, but I think it's an indication that this nation has moved past backward views on people. The Romanian MEP Alan Mituta also responded. I can't do names. Responded angrily to Orban's comments, speaking about race or ethnic purity. Yeah, basically, guys, we learned about this in Harry Potter. Okay, he's doing the mixed blood thing, right? He's doing a Slytherin thing. He's like, we're pure blood, and these are mixed blood people, and they're like beneath us. The whole point of Harry Potter was this. Do people not read Harry Potter in Hungary? Just read Harry Potter, and this will be like easily identifiable as like the Dark Lord kind of thought, right? Have you read? You're in.
Well, it'd be more the White Lord rather than the Dark Lord.
Yes, true. Good point. Anyways, this is insane. Hungary, like the fact that this is a country that is part of the EU and has veto power, right, is insane. Like this is a country that gets to decide what other countries get to join the EU. Like it has veto power of other members. That's insane. And this is a country that is like getting so much money, monetary benefits from the other EU countries. Like it's being financially supported, and yet it has views so directly against what EU is supposed to represent. It's insane. I don't even have any commentary. Do you have any commentary on this?
No, I mean it's backward, and it goes against the social fabric of humanity. If you think that Hungarians haven't mixed their races to become what they are now, I'm sure if he does a 23andMe, he'll find out he's got a bit of something in his heritage.
It doesn't go against the social fabric of humanity. Unfortunately, racism is part of the social fabric of humanity. So humanity is not as great as you make it seem. Like we're trying to do better than our nature. So our nature is not that good. But anyways, can I bring your friend up? Hello. Hey.
Hey, what's going on?
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Introduce yourself, or maybe friendly Muslim. Do you want to introduce your friend? Go on.
Yeah, no, assalamu alaikum. This is
Alaikum salam.
Brother E.A. Dawa Khalilullah, and he is a former Christian and also a former atheist for 12 years, and within the last sort of year and a half became a Muslim also. So last week when we were talking about atheism and some different atheist terms, I thought, well, it'd be good for him to come up and speak to you because he's got a better understanding of atheism than I have. So I thought it'd be interesting to, ask each other questions and, have a conversation.
That's amazing. So you were a Christian and an atheist, and now you're a Muslim.
Yeah, so I was raised Catholic. When I was in second grade at a private Catholic school, one of my science teachers told me that if I didn't turn my homework in on time, that I'd be hung by my tongue over fire and brimstone.
Oh, wow.
And scared the living daylights out of me. I went home and told my mom, I was like, I got to get this done because there's some bad news if I don't. She goes, what's that bad news? I told her. And then the next thing I knew, I got ripped out of that school. So I joined a Christian, community, became part of the church band, part of the youth group, then became a youth leader, then was doing sermons at the pulpit, and everybody said that you need to go to seminary to become a pastor. So I was about a month away from leaving for seminary and dove into the Bible and just had all kinds of problems with what I'd never, ever seen or heard before. So I kind of backed away from it, was agnostic for maybe about a year, started studying philosophy and became a hard atheist. Actually started to come up with positive arguments against the existence of God. And was doing that, had a YouTube channel and everything called Empathetic Atheist up until about a year and a half ago.
Oh, do you still have it?
The channel's changed now. I mean, it's called EA Dawa, but EA used to stand for Empathetic Atheist.
EA Dawa?
And you can actually go back and see me as an atheist.
Okay. And you're still active on this channel?
Yeah, every single night.
Okay. This like
I do like 10 to 16-hour streams on a nightly basis.
And what do
To
you
where
talk about?
I invite people up to have discussions and debates.
Okay, guys, go subscribe. I'm gonna subscribe. That's
Thank
pretty good, man. That's pretty good. Okay. Why did you become a Muslim?
So I have a fundamental criteria by which that is logic and reason. The three classical laws of logic must be held for something to exist within my worldview. So true contradictions cannot exist. I think we would agree that squared circles and married bachelors do not exist in reality. If anything violates those classical laws of logic, that's a means of falsifying any claim that's given. So when Christians say they have an unfalsifiable claim, say, okay, let's put it to the test. Could God be God and also not God at the same time? If they say no, then there's a means of falsification. So what I did was I took this means of falsification and applied it to all worldviews. Now, first I got to the idea that a general God exists, right? I don't think there's any one argument that actually proves the existence of God. I think that's just a whole bunch of malarkey. I think that there's arguments that you can present that lead up, if you present them in the right manner, that can lead to entailing that there's some type of necessary causal thing that is the causal principle for all contingent things that exist. And then from there, we can start looking at different worldviews and eliminating those worldviews as they contradict themselves.
So what is something in Christianity that contradicts itself?
So we'd start off with, the Trinity itself, right? So if I just present a purely logical argument, if A equals C and B equals C, it would logically follow that A would equal B, right? So let's just take the letters out, and A is the Father now, C is God, and B is the Son. So if the Father equals God and the Son equals God, then it would logically follow that the Father equals the Son. But they would say, no, the Father is not the Son, which violates the law of non-contradiction. That is what's called the logical problem of the Trinity in Christian academia and Christian philosophy. Philosophical circles, Christians are actually debating with each other to find resolutions and create models to resolve the problem, that which is called the logical problem of the Trinity.
And Islam has none of these contradictions?
As far as I've seen as an atheist, I was out to take care of Islam. I was out to debunk Islam. You've actually spoken to one of the brothers that specifically was responsible for bringing me to Islam. On an episode, you talked to somebody named Abdul Rahman. And I think you guys talked about like morality or something like that.
Right.
Yeah. But the Tap Brothers, the Thought Adventure podcast, they're on YouTube. All those brothers there were specifically, they were responsible for debating me for a year and a half. And while I was trying to debunk atheism, and every problem that I ever brought them was solved within 5 minutes. And then they were showing that my atheist worldview is actually contradictory. So since I hold a consistent view that my worldview cannot have contradictions, then I threw it away. I threw it away and walked away.
So how do they deal with this? So let's look at, that's interesting, because I have seen some contradictions in Islam that nobody has yet managed to give me a convincing argument why it's not a contradiction, right? So maybe you already heard this. Maybe you have a solution to this, okay? So what does it mean to be just?
What does it mean to be just? That means to give what people deserve, or give what's deserved.
So if you don't give people what they deserve, you're not just.
If you don't give people what they deserve, yes. I would just ask what the criteria by which, or what is the standard of what is just and what's not.
Whatever God decides, let's say.
Exactly.
God,
okay. So then if God decides to punish someone, that would be just because that's what God decides. And if God decides to give someone mercy, then that would be just because that's what God decides.
Is it just because God says it's just, or is God just because does something become just because God makes it just, or God is just because there's a standard?
Are you looking at the two-horn dilemma with the problem of evil?
No, I don't. I know that dilemma, but I want to see which side of this you're on.
So
I might get to something else.
I believe that justice is an intrinsic property to God. So it's not things are good because God says so. I mean,
Okay,
that would
good.
fall into divine command theory, and I reject that wholeheartedly.
Perfect. Okay, good. I agree with you. Okay, that would make that no sense, right? Because then why would we have a word even for just like God? Well, it's just God, you know. Okay, so there, we have a standard of justness, and God, and you believe God is just, right?
Correct. Yes.
Maximally just, like
Maximally, not all just. I don't give him all attributes, like all loving. Like, no, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala hates many things. Like, let's not sugarcoat it. Let's not be like these what we in on my YouTube channel, we call them yeehaw buddy Christians. We call them, Care Bear Christians, because Jesus is all about love and it's all about peace and all this. And I'm like, really? But happy is the man who takes the babies and dashes them across the rocks. Like, that's a whole bunch of love right there. Like, so.
So one of the features of God is just. Like, that is solid.
One of the attributes of God is just. He has the potential to be all just, but he chooses to invoke his justice or express his justice as he pleases. So the potential is there, but he is not all just in the sense that, well, I believe that he is all just because, like we said, whatever is the standard for God's justice is what God's, what God sees as just. So if giving mercy, go ahead.
Is he also sometimes not just at all, like unjust?
I don't believe that he would be unjust because, like we agree, like we said before, the criteria for what is just is what God deems just.
So there's no possible scenario where we could say God is being unjust.
If he contradicts his very nature or what he said is the standard, what he has revealed as the standard, then that would be unjust. For example, I can't give you one out of the Quran. If I did, I wouldn't be a Muslim. But like, for example, in the Bible, God says in the Bible, do not murder, right? Murder is unjustified killing, right? So in also within the Christian faith is the idea that someone is not morally responsible for their actions, nor according to Ezekiel 18, that they are morally responsible for the actions of their father. So if there's an infant that has not done anything wrong, that they should not be slaughtered or murdered, but yet you go to 1 Samuel 15:3 to where it says, go to the city of Amalek and destroy all that they have.
I understand that, but I'm going in a different direction. I completely agree with Christianity about being just, okay? But I'm talking about the nature of God, okay? There is no scenario where Allah is unjust. Do you agree with that?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And you also say something is not just because Allah says it's just or unjust. We have a standard of justness, and that's a property of Allah, okay? Yeah. So if there's no scenario for Allah to be unjust, do you agree that it's not possible for us to say Allah is unjust?
Yeah, it's not possible for us to say it, nor for him to be it.
Okay. So can God be unjust?
No.
Okay. So God, and if he does unjust things, then he would be unjust. But he
wouldn't be God if he did unjust things.
It wouldn't be okay. Remember that line, okay?
Yep.
God would not be a God if he did unjust things. Okay.
Yep.
Now answer this question: can God do unjust things?
No.
You just said God can't do something. There's certain things that God can't do.
Yeah, God cannot do things that. Remember how we were talking about the squared circle and the married bachelor? How those things don't exist in reality because they are contradictions. For someone to have a specific nature, and for them to contradict that very nature, that would be a point of non-existence. So yeah, you could say he cannot do these things, but non-existence cannot be a limitation on potentiality.
Okay, so there's limitations to God's power.
No, I said they cannot be limitations.
No, you just said the line, God can't be unjust.
Correct, yes. Because so it's only logic. God can do all logically possible things.
So he's limited by logic. So he's limited by logic.
Sure, and logic is an intrinsic property of God.
Okay. So he's limited in the actions that he can take.
He's limited in the sense that he cannot do non-existent things.
Okay, so you just introduce a limitation to the things that God can do.
But so hold on. I'm trying to see how exactly is non-existence a limitation? Because you're applying properties to something which does not exist. How does that work?
I'm saying God, based on what you're saying, cannot break the laws of logic.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, but whenever you say a sentence, God can't, that means God is not all powerful.
No, that's not at all. Because my claim is that God can do all logically possible things. That's what it means to be all powerful. Because logically impossible things are not things at all. So he can do all things.
Where did the laws of logic come from?
They're properties of God. They come from God. God's always been God. He's always been not he has never been God and not God simultaneously, and it's true that he's always been God. So the identity, non-contradiction, excluded middle has always existed.
So God made the laws of logic, right?
No. How can he make himself?
You're saying the laws of logic are God?
They're attributes, yes, absolutely.
No. So you didn't say they're attributes. You said they are God. Are they?
No. I never once said that they are God. That's a problem that I have when Christian says that God is love. No. God is not his attributes. His attributes are intrinsic properties of himself, but they are not him.
So the attributes of God are uncreated.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Okay. So God did not create love. God did not create. Okay.
Nope.
God
he expressed love, and then he revealed a way for us as human beings to express love on a limited level.
So you just added to the list of uncreated, because traditionally, what I assume Islam teaches is that there's only two things that are uncreated: Allah Himself and the Quran. Right? They're uncreated. Right? But now you are using the properties of it. Like, so my sense of justice, okay, God did not create that, because you're saying that's one of the properties of God and it existed at all time with God. These are uncreated things.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me, because if his properties or attributes are created, then God would have had to have created the property creator before he was a creator. Mm-hmm. So he had to be a creator before he was a creator. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so if God does something unjust, you're saying the problem with that is that he would no longer be God.
Correct.
Right?
He would contradict his very nature. With true contradictions don't exist in reality.
And so God cannot choose not to be God. God cannot be like, I'm
absolutely not. No. He cannot do that.
Doesn't seem very powerful.
Well, I mean, what do you mean? Why? But here's my question. I go back to the question. If a contradiction does not exist in reality, we cannot provide positive attributes on non-existence.
Okay, I agree.
So to say that non-existence is a limitation, you're applying positive attributes to something that does not exist. Okay, I don't see how you can do that.
Let's say that you're right. Okay, you're right. Okay, so God has to follow the laws of logic.
Yes.
And God has to be just.
Yes.
And God has to be kind. Okay.
No.
No. Okay, kind. That's Christian. Sorry.
No.
That was Christian. God has to be, that's a contradiction, actually, right? God has to be just, God has to be logical, right? So God is limited by the laws of justice and by the laws of logic, but that's not really a limitation, because you're saying there's no the other alternatives do not exist. So when we say God is all powerful, we're talking about within the limitations of what logic makes possible. God is all powerful. Okay.
Exactly. So he can do all things. You can't limit him by doing impossible things.
Okay, but within the logical world, okay, and within the just world, do you agree that there's always one logical answer?
No. If that's the case, then God wouldn't have free will, and that would be another problem.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we can have the same answer with arbitrary differences between them. Like, for example, some people would say God had to create the world the way that he did. Well, it's stopping God from creating.
Let's say I commit a crime. Let's say I commit a crime.
Okay.
Let's say I commit a crime. Okay. And would you not agree that the way to respond to what I did, there is one answer which is the most just answers. Other answers could be also just, but they would not be the most just answer.
See, I would need way more details on what the crime was.
Whatever I did. Okay, there are some just ways to respond to it. There are some unjust ways to respond to it.
Yes, I agree with that.
If you had the all-powerful mind and you could analyze what happened in the most perfect way, okay, there would also be the most just way to respond to this.
I think there would be multiple the most just ways.
How would that be? How is that possible? There's only every single response to it will have somewhat less or more just.
I think we agree. I think I'm very specific and semantical when it comes to giving my answers. I want to make sure I don't put myself into a corner. I've trained myself for a long time to make sure I don't do that. So when I say that there's multiple ways to do a just thing, like for example, if it was just to turn you committed a crime, the just thing is to turn you into the police, right? I could turn you in, or my wife could turn you in, or somebody else. There's multiple different ways to do the just thing without it being the same exact scenario.
Right. So, but I know there's multiple just solutions, but if we wanted to get this perfectly right, there would be one thing to do that would get this perfectly right. Everything else would fall short. Even if they're just, they will fall short.
I don't necessarily know if I agree with that. I think that there are multiple ways that there's just arbitrary differences between those multiple ways.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, if there's only one way, then God wouldn't have free will.
Exactly. That's what I was trying to get.
I know. This is what's called the omniscience paradox. When I was an atheist, I used this argument.
You're good. I like that. This guy you're very clever. I appreciate that. How do you answer the limitation on God's power if he knows the future, and if he knows the future, therefore the future is determined, therefore he can't change the future as if the future is determined. He either knows what's going to happen or he doesn't. If he knows what's going to happen, therefore there are not going to be any other options, and if there are no other options, then he's not free to change the options.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, so let me just give a quick explanation. God has three different categories of knowledge. Category one is necessary knowledge. That's necessary knowledge that he has of himself, his existence, and his attributes. These are things that could not be any other way. He has contingent knowledge, which means that he could have created the universe with purple grass instead of green grass. That could have been different. That's exactly what I'm talking about all these arbitrary differences. He could have created the universe where the tree outside of my house has one less twig on it than it does right now. I mean, these are little tiny arbitrary differences, but because there's such a possibility for all these different options, that would be called contingent knowledge. He also has middle knowledge of what my life would be like if I didn't get married and I stayed celibate my entire life and I never became a Muslim or I never became an atheist. He would know what my life is going to be like. But God's knowledge is not causal. And I would like anybody to bring me an argument that states that argues for God's knowledge being causal. For example, if you were to watch a movie you've seen 1,000,000 times, you know exactly what they're going to say. If you watch Die Hard, you know he's about to say yippee-ki-yay, MFer. And just because you know he's going to say that, does that mean that you caused him to say that? No, you just had knowledge of what he was going to say. And if God gave us the ability to freely choose, he actualized this universe to where we're going to do what we're going to do. But he actualized it knowing what we would freely choose. And that's the world that he actualized.
If God is not causal, are you saying there are things that God doesn't cause?
He doesn't cause our choices. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
So there are things that are happening in the world that is not God's will. Is that what you're claiming?
So God's will is for us to be able to make the choices that we do. So it is God's will.
Yeah,
but he did not will us to do everything that he wants us to do. So he willed us to freely choose and take this test.
So sometimes we choose things that he doesn't like.
That he does absolutely, yeah. I mean,
okay.
If I was to choose to leave Islam, right, obviously he would not like that.
So there are things that happen that are not God's will.
Because I wouldn't say that they're not God's will. I would not be defining God's will as what he wants. I don't define it that way.
Okay. But there's a randomization process here that he just let it loose and then he didn't control it anymore, and the results could end up in something that he did not want it. He did not.
No, so it was not like a deistic belief to where he just created the universe and then let it.
No. I'm not the universe. The point of where it gets to us and our free will. I'm not talking about the entire universe. Okay, like I am like a rogue, decision-making device that God is not controlling, right? So whenever the fact that I'm deciding to talk to you, that's not God's will, that's my will.
No, that's your choice, yeah.
Okay. So
I believe that it's good that we're speaking, and I believe anything. I mean, you were a Muslim at one point, correct?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So you know that anything good comes from Allah, and anything bad comes from us. And you would be like, it's kind of a cop out, like.
That's not what I learned. I learned in
Really?
Islam that everything comes from Islam.
Oh,
Everything comes
no.
from Allah.
Yeah, no. So everything good comes from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and anything that's bad comes from us, right? When it comes to
That's not very
decision making
fair.
and
I do
choice.
good. I do very good things on my own. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no. So you freely choose to do that, but because God gave you the ability to make those choices, He's indirectly responsible for that.
I mean, doesn't my bad choices come from Iblis, the devil?
I don't necessarily say Iblis. I mean, they can come from us. They can come from Jinn. They can come from Shaitan. They can come from many different places.
Isn't the fact that we make bad choices is because we were tempted by the devil to do make those bad decisions?
I wouldn't necessarily say the devil. You do know about like Jinn and things like that, correct?
Yeah. Jinn is the race. The devil is a jinn. Like this is one difference between Christianity and Islam. In Christianity, the devil was one of the angels. In Islam, the devil Iblis is one of the jinns. He was a demon, right? But he was such a good worshiper of Allah that he basically rose to the level that he was hanging out mostly with angels, even though he wasn't an angel, right?
Yeah, yep.
Okay, but it's okay. So I understand that he has minions. Okay, so his jinns, his minions are also jinns, right? But it's basically him and his fellow minions that are responsible for our temptations. Is that not the case?
I would say some of them. I would say that they can be an influence on our choices, but I wouldn't say that they are coercive in any way. Because if they coerced us to do things, then why would we be morally responsible for what we've done wrong? Because they caused us to do it. It would fall into a sense of determinism.
Isn't it? Don't you learn that when we go to? Yeah, okay, yeah, actually, but he had a say. He had an influence.
Influence, sure, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and God created him.
God created, yes, he's a creation.
Okay, and God created him knowing that he's going to lead us astray.
Yes, because he used him as a tool for us to be able to take this test. I'm not sure if you learned this when you were a Muslim, but I believe that we existed in the realm of souls prior to us being human beings. God came to us and said, hey, you're chilling right here, right now. You're all good. Would you like to receive a higher level of paradise?
Oh, so
and we chose to take, yes, exactly.
We consented to this test.
It's not like Christianity where God throws you into a storm and then holds up a life.
If we consented to this test, we're idiots. Okay? The fact that it's
exactly what it says in the Quran. Literally, it calls us idiots for making that choice.
Yeah, I mean, it said like we asked the mountains, and they were like, "This is too big of a burden." Okay, but then the fact that we're going to burn in hell for being idiots, that's not fair.
Whoa, hold on. Burn in hell for being idiots. You chose to take this test. You chose that one of the possibilities of your test that you're responsible for is to possibly end up in hell for a certain period of time.
Well, because I'm an idiot. So why am I being punished for taking such a gamble? He made me such an idiot to take this gamble. I mean, I don't remember making this. By the way, it's very convenient that we are told that we made this choice at a time that we don't remember. Don't you find that oddly convenient that we were told this? Like, you know what I mean?
No, because if I remembered it, then why it wouldn't be much of a test then, would it?
Yeah. Okay. One thing, let me know if this is a contradiction or not to what you're saying, because the way when I read the Quran, it says in the Quran that God has hardened our hearts for people who don't accept Islam. God has made us in a way to not accept Islam, and so for example, the Quran says to somebody like you, if I understand the Tafsir correctly, that somebody like me who is against Islam, my heart has been hardened, and you shouldn't be wasting my time with me. And God has already determined that I'm going to end up in hell. That's my understanding of what the Quran teaches.
Yeah, see, I don't believe that whatsoever. I believe that, for example, Abu Bakr's father was Abu Bakr was one of the closest companions to the Prophet, peace be upon him. And Abu Bakr's father did not accept Islam for 21 years. Pagan for 21 years. Obviously, you're not going to remember, because if you remembered, then this wouldn't be a test. It would be kind of counterintuitive to the whole process. But yeah, so no, I believe that you freely choose to go down a certain path, and if that's truly what you want, and you keep going down that path, then Allah will make you deaf, dumb, and blind. He will push you into your disbelief because that's what you want.
Okay, it's very. Do you see
But,
how?
but I wouldn't say that if you're a genuine individual, I mean, you're not going to be in hell for all of eternity. There's some Muslims. I may, as a Muslim, go to hell.
I know that.
So I mean,
but the Quran makes it very clear that I'm going to spend a long time burning. Do you agree with that, right?
that you're going to possibly spend a certain time burning. I don't know that. That's why this is another difference within Islam and Christianity. I could not tell you if you're saved or tell you if you're damned. I don't know.
Allah knows, and Allah says in the Quran that I will burn for my disbelief. You don't know that. Allah knows that. That's what Allah makes it.
Yes, but there are a lot more factors. It's not just, oh, you're an atheist, fire. Like that's not how it works. There's a lot more factors that go into it. If you've been a genuine person and you genuinely have not been convinced and you have not been given the truth the way that you need to be that it needs to be given to convince you, Allah is going to be merciful.
That's not what the Quran says. The Quran says the signs are clear.
I'd be willing to have that discussion.
Okay.
But Armin's a sweetheart. I want him to come. I think he'll be all right. I think
he seems like a really nice guy. I mean, I think that he's not giving himself enough credit right now.
Yeah, I mean, he does activism. He cares for the oppressed. He cares for the orphans. Like he cares for puppies. Like he likes all kind of stuff.
Yeah,
I do give myself credit. I consider me not being a Muslim a credit.
No, I get what you're saying, and I totally see these problems. Here's my thing: is that I think that a lot of times we have conversations about things to where we need to be having a more fundamental discussion, because obviously our discussion right here will never ever make you a Muslim. Can you agree?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, yeah. So then.
But that's not really the goal. The goal is to, when I have these conversations, okay, the main goal I have, let me know if you think this is a good goal, is to demonstrate that disagreements does not mean that we should hate each other.
I absolutely agree. Even when I was an atheist, that is exactly what I was trying to do. I was trying to have conversations about what people believe and why they believe it, and show people that we don't need to be violent with each other when we have these discussions, that we can just say, hey, we have disagreements, but at the same time, me as a Muslim, I am called as a Muslim da'i. I am called to invite people to Islam. So I provide arguments for the existence of God within these conversations. And that's what I'm saying, is that we can talk about morality and justice and mercy and all this stuff and you know, our free will. But I think that there's a much more fundamental conversation to have. Like if I told you that a magical unicorn broke into my house and took a poop on my couch and then rubbed its hooves into my couch, would we talk about why it was rubbing its hooves in my couch prior to us establishing that there's a magical unicorn? I think the magical unicorn would be the more fundamental conversation to have.
Well, I mean, if the magical unicorn is defined in a way that it doesn't poop, and all of a sudden you say it pooped in my on my couch, then you're like, I don't have to. I don't have to go into this, you know, into all of that, because I see some contradiction. So
sure, exactly. So if I'm not defining it specifically in a very narrow way, and I'm just saying that there is some type of causal principle that is that all contingent things are dependent on, and it has a mind, will, omniscience, omnipotence, and omnipresence. If I just define it that broadly, what would the contradiction be?
The contradiction would be that those are, you're just naming things that we know exist God. There's no contradiction. You're just like renaming things that we already understand.
If I could provide arguments for those things prior to calling it God, would that be different?
Well, the thing is, the problem we have is, like, we know the laws of logic exist, okay? The problem some of us has with when you people call them God is that adding a lot of baggage.
Exactly. That was the problem that I had when I was an atheist, is because people would come with this word God at the beginning of the discussion, and now they brought all this baggage with them that they have to unload. So when I speak with you, we can have I can provide 3 or 4 arguments. I'm not going to mention the word God. I'm not going to mention the word Quran or Holy Scripture or faith or anything like that. No, I provide logical arguments for what I believe and why. I was a hard atheist, brother. Like, I'm not easily convinced of anything.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're a lot better at discussing these things than many other people. So
Quick
obviously you
question,
know your stuff. But
Armin. How
I just
long were you? Sorry, how long were you? How long have you been an ex-Muslim?
let me think. More than 20 years, I think. Hold on. Yeah, 20 years. 20
So
years.
when 20 years, I thought it was like 12 or something like that. So how old were you when you stopped believing? You're 19, I think, from your story. You're like 19.
18.
Oh, you look young, bro. I didn't think you were that. Okay. Well done. All right, cool. So he 20
Well
years
done.
and
Get
well, I
a lot
mean,
of sleep, get a lot of sleep, drink a lot of water, and exercise.
well, there you go, mashallah. Right, and brother Cleo
These
has
are good advices that are missing from the Quran.
Oh no, it tells us to drink water.
No, lots of water, more water.
All right, and he's been an atheist for. And how long have you been an atheist, Khalil?
How long have I been an atheist?
How long were you an atheist? Sorry, my bad.
I was an atheist for 12 years. Yeah,
Okay,
hard atheist for 12 years.
Okay, cool.
And that would be some of the things that I'd like to speak with you about. One, like obviously providing my arguments for the existence of a necessary being, just to start off with, but also like how do you define atheism?
The key part of is not the necessary being. The key part is why does that necessary being needs to be conscious? Because if you just define a necessary being, you just have it. Well, okay, well, congratulations. That has nothing
exactly.
to do with God.
But that's step one. That's step one in the long process. And like I said, I would be willing to go through that process with you.
The necessary being is just like doing a whole bunch of philosophical
no. Just
to come out with the conclusion is that there's a reason for things. Like that's basically,
No, so at the very beginning, that's way too much baggage you're adding to it. The first argument that I would provide is that there is something fundamental and necessary to all contingent existence. That's it. That's the only argument I'm making.
Yeah, but we don't even need to start there because I will just grant you the
you already
all of them.
Well, but I don't want you to grant it to me for conversation's sake. I want you to grant it because you actually believe it.
Okay, well, could go through that if you want. Yeah.
Okay, sure. So
I'm just so convinced, almost. I'm almost convinced that you can't jump from that to a God. That I'm like, why are we even here?
Gotcha. Yeah. No, but trust me, like you said, I speak different from anybody else you've spoken to. So
wait, so what convinced you to be a Muslim is not the Quran? It was these
absolutely not. No. The Quran came long after. The Quran came long after these discussions.
So what do you think about people who became Muslim because they read the Quran and are not familiar with any
Everybody has their own way of coming to their belief.
Do you think
I don't know if I could say that they are justified in their belief.
Okay, so let me ask you, okay? Do you think somebody who is not familiar with any of these discussions, okay, and became a Muslim because they read the Quran, okay, because of the Quran, do you think they're justified in believing that Islam is the truth?
I think that, I need to know what their intentions are. I need to know what their understanding is. I need a lot of information before I can make a judgment on whether they are actually justified or not. And my judgment of it being justified or not is subjective to me. Like I'm the one saying, I know. They're justified or they're not. So
okay, I'm not. Of course, when I'm asking you for your opinion, every opinion that you're giving me is your subjective opinion.
Yeah, I just want to make that clear to everybody listening. That's just my.
I know, but like I never understand when people say it's just my opinion. Like, of course, you're like I didn't ask for my opinion. I asked for your opinion.
Well, some people believe that justification is an objective thing.
No,
that's why I make that.
None of our opinions.
Some people do argue for that.
Okay. Well, unless we're discussing math here, nothing we're saying is objective, right? Like everything. Okay, so, but based on your opinion, okay, if somebody was not familiar with anything you're saying, okay, and just read the Quran, I'm like, that checks out. I'm a Muslim now. Based on your opinion, were they justified? Like they have no other information. That was all they did.
I think they're justified in a different way. I don't think there's only one way to come to Islam. Now, if they are questioned, hold on. If you went to them and started questioning them, right? Let's just say it's some yeehaw buddy American that picks up the Quran and reads it and then is like, hey, I believe in this stuff, and they haven't looked into a lick of Arabic whatsoever, and you do I'm not saying that you do this, but you do the thing that we're Quran 434, where it talks about beating your wife, and like you haven't actually looked into the Arabic at all on what these
they
words
looked in
mean.
that. No, they understand what it means. Okay,
so they understand Arabic.
They understand. They're Arab. Let's say it's an Arab person.
They're Arab. Okay.
They read the Quran, and they're not a Muslim. They read the Quran, but they don't read anything outside of the Quran. The only thing they read is the Quran, and they're like, that checks out. I'm a Muslim now. Do you think that's a justified belief?
I think that they would need to do more work. I think that they would need to look
Yeah,
at
no,
the other worldviews
would-
and show how the other worldviews are contradictory. But
Okay, so
if
you're
they're
not. You're saying
convinced
it's
of
not
it,
justified.
their belief is justified. Whether their belief is true is a different story.
Okay, wait. The belief is true according to you because we're talking about Islam.
According
So
to me,
belief-
yes. But according to them, could
No,
they
okay, we have one-
establish that their
we're
belief
talk-
is actually
we're-
true?
Let's talk about according to you. Okay, according to you, the belief is true, but they're not justified in believing that it's true because they haven't looked at anything else.
So I would say that if they are convinced that it's true, they're justified in their conviction. Whether they're justified that their belief is true is a whole nother story.
Why would they be justified in their conviction? They haven't checked anything other than the Quran.
Do we choose what we're believed, what we're convinced of? Do you think that I chose to be a Muslim?
Well, I'm a determinist, so I don't believe in free will anyway. So, but
Ooh,
like
that's another conversation we can have. I was a determinist.
Okay. Well, if we're using free will in the way that most people use it, then I believe that we based on what we investigate, we have some say in what we believe.
Yeah, I would say that my fundamental beliefs are,
So you're
not I don't choose what I believe. I'm convinced. Now I choose to be open to hearing arguments. Like, for example,
I understand once you're exposed to something, then you can't choose to believe in it or not because you have to. But you do choose what you expose yourself to.
Exactly. Yes, I make the choice to expose myself and take on information. But once that information is relayed to me, I don't have a choice on whether I accept it or not. I am either convinced or I'm not convinced.
D saying he's very judgmental. I don't think you're judgmental. I think you're like one of the least judgmental Muslims I've ever met.
I don't think I'm judging anybody. In fact, I was trying to convince our ex-Muslim atheist brother here to say, hey, don't be too hard on yourself. You can't guarantee that you're going to go straight to hell forever.
Okay, Oxymoron is waiting. I'm going to bring him up because I need to use the restroom. He's a Hindutva member here. Okay, so I don't know if you want to talk about that or not. But Soha has a question. Soha is saying, so what is the point of me not remembering? I am going to do whatever I did again over and over. Making me not remembering is not just, and therefore God is a hypocrite.
Yeah, I have no clue what that question means. And
so I think
nor does it match up with my worldview. So I wouldn't be able to answer that.
I think Soha is saying like the fact that I don't remember means like I'm going to make the wrong choices. Like it would have been better if I knew that I was like making
if you knew that you were okay. So let's just say you had foreknowledge of a event that was about to happen, and you knew that if you made a specific choice, that you were going to have negative effects of that choice, and you knew that if you made that choice, that's what was going to happen. Then you just make the other choice. It's a cheat sheet. It's not a test if you get to know the answers.
D is saying he's judging others' way to believe. Hey, I do that, D, every day on the show. So I don't know. So I guess
sometimes they just because I'm a Muslim that sometimes they're very much more judgmental to me.
No, D is nice. D is like.
I'm not saying she's not nice. I'm just simply saying that a lot of times people tend to be more particular about people that disagree with them within their worldviews. And there's nothing wrong with that. I think that just comes with human bias.
Magahad Atheist is saying, does he believe apostates should be executed?
Oh my God, here we go. So I believe that the best way of life is the Sharia, but there are many things that come along with this. So do I believe that they should be executed? I think that whatever the Sharia says, if they're out in the streets, specifically, trying to defame the religion or completely speak out and create some type of chaos, I think that they need to be dealt with. Yes. But like
again, it would be loss of life, which is the tradition of past apostasy, which was sedition and treason and life endangerment.
That's not the question.
Exactly.
The question,
Exactly.
the question
Yeah, I know,
is
but
about
it's always like a try. No, the Quran says you're free to believe and disbelieve, and that is fine.
Yeah.
We're talking
But
about
I don't.
Lakum dinukum waliyadin.
Yeah. See, the problem is
that's a Meccan verse when Muhammad was still not in power. Okay, but we're talking specifically about hadith that says that somebody who leaves Islam should be executed. You know which
no.
hadith I'm referring
Okay,
to.
yeah. So that hadith, and again, I want to answer that because I love the way. See, the problem is again, this was a state question at a time of the hadith where there were people that were trying to commit a genocide against the early Muslims, and again, the secondary hadith to that is whoever changes
It
their
doesn't say
religion.
that.
Hold on, yeah, it does. If you look into the commentary on it, I mean, I've got it. We can go through the whole thing if you want. Which
The
is
commentary by what? By modern reformist Muslims? Because
no,
traditionally the hadith was.
But then in that
what we're
time,
doing right
tribes.
now is we're trying to figure out why the unicorn pooped on the couch.
No, but and we're answering people's questions. People want to know their beliefs.
Yeah. So
Well,
again,
okay. This I think the unicorn pooping on the couch is a good example. Okay, because if people say that we have a no unicorn shit religion, and then all of a sudden the unicorn poops, people are like, hey, I have an issue with you know what I mean? Like one of the features of this religion is supposed to be that it's just, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's fair for people to look at these details. Like, I don't need to spend much time investigating this religion when I can see that it has rulings that are completely unjust. Like, why do I have to do
but wait, what's your basis for justice? What's your fundamental foundation for morality? Is it subjective or objective?
It's subjective and objective depending on the definition. Okay, so
how do you define it?
It's subjective if by objective you mean that there are natural orders that make something good or bad. There's no such thing. There's nothing within the fabric of the universe that makes certain thing good or bad. Okay, so by that definition, morality is subjective, right? But it's objective in the sense that if we accept that our goal is maximizing well-being, and that's a subjective goal, so we have a subjective goal.
Yep.
There's an objective way to achieve that. There's an there are objectively better ways of achieving that goal.
Yes.
That is independent.
But at the very foundation, my issue is at the very foundation, you're already valuing something off of subjectivity, right?
Yeah.
So we can we can use science to show objective facts on if we were to do said things, this is what would happen. If we were to do other things, this is what would happen. That's fine. But what I'm saying is that is your fundamental basis for morality have to do with like well-being or the least imposition of will, or what is the foundation? And if it is something subjective, what makes your opinion better than mine?
Oxymoron, your mic is like when you're not speaking, turn off your mic because you have background. Our understanding of the best system for morality is a system that maximizes well-being for the highest number of people. Okay?
Why should we value well-being?
It's subjective, I told you. Because we want to.
So then what makes your subjective opinion better than mine? If I was to say, and I'm not going to say this, I agree with you that I think well-being is good. But if I was to be against that and I was to say, no, well-being is not good, people need, I find it best that people need to be forced to do certain things to have a cohesive society that's in order, right? What would make your subjective opinion better than my subjective opinion?
So you're asking me why is our goal to be happy? Because I have this goal to make the highest number of people happier, right? So you're saying why should we want to be happy?
Well, yeah, why should we value well-being?
Well-being is it's another word for happiness, right? Because we want a highest number of people we want to reduce misery and increase happiness, right?
Why?
So your question is like, why you want that? That's a circular question. The things that make us happy are by definition the things that we want. So we want the things
because we have a sense of empathy, because we are animals.
No, Oxymoron, I think the question is like, yeah. So, but we could find people that don't want that. Like, I agree that most of us prefer happiness over misery. We want health over disease. We want pleasure over torture, right? These are the things that most of us are like. Some of us aren't, like psychopath, right? And most of us can agree because of the way that our brain are wired that these are good things to achieve for, right? And We don't have to decide where, like, there are reasons why we feel like that. Most of them are evolutionary in nature, like Oxymoron said. But regardless of where those feelings, desires came from, the fact is that we have came with those desires. Those desires are stuff that we were born with. So you don't really have to make an excuse for where they came from. We're just born with them. It's kind of like, I could give you an example, right? Like, you could say, like, I enjoy this amazing meal. Okay. Now let's go figure out how to get food out of the ground. Let's go find the best ways to farm. Let's go the best way to the best techniques, right?
Well,
but the thing is that you're like, okay, why are we farming here? Like, because we're hungry, we want to eat food. And like, okay, but you first have to explain to me why you want food. Why do you desire food before you do the farming? I'm like, I don't actually define. I
don't know if this is actually analogous because you're saying that you say you have a meal in front of you and you like the meal. I don't think that's the argument you're making. I think that the argument that you're making is, well, most people like this meal. So now we can see how we can make this meal more abundant, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, but at the very fundamental basis, it's just an appeal to ad populum. It's an appeal to popularity. Whatever most people believe and whatever most people think is right, let's go with that. And that's why we have many different societies and cultures that disagree fundamentally on their moral system.
You completely misunderstood what I'm saying. Right? I'm saying the goal of increasing happiness. Okay, that is something that you could appeal to.
Objective.
That is something that you could appeal to the most highest number of people. Okay. But the methodology of getting there, we're not going to appeal to the highest number of people, okay? Because people have wrong suggestions on how to maximize well-being. The only thing that we're appealing to the people, the highest number of people, is the goal of increasing well-being. The methodology, people come up with there are objective ways of achieving that. So people's wrong opinions, we're not going to appeal to the population because people, their popularity of the opinion doesn't mean that that's the best method of achieving.
Okay, so you're saying...
So if somebody says like slavery is the best way of achieving the highest amount of happiness, we're like, okay, we agree that achieving the highest amount of happiness is the goal, but your methodology sucks. So when it comes to the methodology, I don't care how many people accept that. There's objectively better ways.
So are you saying that the idea that well-being is the foundation is not an appeal to popularity?
It is an appeal to popularity, and I have no issue with it. Because you know why we don't have an issue with that? Because we're trying to make the most amount of people happy. Like, we're trying to do the best for the most people. That's the goal.
Yeah,
so that's why there's no issue when it comes to defining the goal. There's no issue to do with the goal with the
I just don't see if at the very fundamental basis, it's if your foundation is inherently subjective, then why is that any better than any other moral system that disagrees with yours that is inherently subjective at the fundamental level? What makes yours better than theirs?
The word better is subjective. We decide how we define better, right? So we're just choosing to define it this way. We're just choosing it to define it this way.
Exactly, and that's my point. Exactly, is that what basis do you have to go off of to argue that yours would be better?
Our desires.
Okay, so then there's no actual grounding for your moral system. It's just your opinion versus somebody else's. And then how many people agree with your opinion, and then we go off of that.
The opinion of increasing well-being is a very universally common desire. Okay? Disagreement. Okay, so we have, I know we don't have a problem with that. Okay? The disagreement is the methodology. We're not going to appeal to ad populum when it comes to the methodology. But I feel very confident in appealing to the masses when it comes to the goal, because other than psychopaths, there's nobody else that wouldn't be on this bandwagon.
Sure. Yeah, and this is no disrespect to you at all. I'm just simply saying that if your very fundamental basis for what you think is moral and not moral is based off of your opinion and the appeal to popularity of others,
and almost everyone else.
The population of others, sure. Yeah, but if it's based off of those two things, then I'm not necessarily worried about what you have to say that you think is wrong or bad about Islam. Because, I mean, I just thank you for your opinion.
Yeah, well, I think my opinion is, even though it's subjective, it serves the purpose that it's supposed to serve.
But
right?
yeah, but
So,
wouldn't I be able to say that about myself? Is that my
no, because
pro-Islamic opinion serves the purpose?
my subjective opinion, okay, my subjective system is better than this so-called objective moral system, okay, because the objective moral system is also chosen subjectively by people who think like subjectively have chosen Islam to be.
I agree.
Okay, so that's also subjective, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
Yeah, no. See, and this is something that you might hear me say that you don't hear other Muslims say, is that, yeah, I believe that my moral system is subjective also. I believe I have a subjective opinion that there is an objective moral standard. That's just my opinion. So why are we sitting here arguing against our own opinions here?
Okay, because my goal is to maximize well-being, okay? And I am talking because I think that most people share that goal, okay? So if somebody says like, why should we maximize well-being? I'm like, if you don't want to maximize well-being, fine, go define a moral system that has a different goal, okay? But because I trust most people share that goal with me, like that you're telling me that shouldn't necessarily be our goal. I agree with you. You're right. There's nothing that makes it necessary for that to be our goal. But that is my goal, and I trust that most people's goals is that. So I'm like, given that is our goal, let's create a moral system that best achieves that goal.
Yeah, sure. And I mean, like I said, that's your opinion, and I don't necessarily disagree with your opinion. Like, I would agree with you. I think if we go down the list of political and social issues, that I would agree with you. I think we would agree on most things. But at the same time, I'm simply saying that I have a subjective standard. You have a subjective standard. If determinism is true, then your opinion is no better than my opinion, and my opinion is no better than your opinion. So why the hell are we even talking about morality?
Okay, my opinion is better than yours, and yours is better than mine. Mine is better than yours based on
That's a contradiction.
No, it's not, because let me tell you why. My definition, mine is better than yours based on what I define, how I define things better. Okay, yours is better than mine based on how you define better, based on how you value things. Okay,
so what's the point?
So the point is that most people share my goal. And I'm trying to share my goal of maximizing well-being, and I'm trying to tell them that if you share it if you share this goal, my system achieves that goal the best. I understand that the goal is subjective, but your subjective goal is achieved better with this moral system. So that's why we're talking about this. I'm giving them the utilitarian model achieves what they already want the best.
Have you ever heard the cart thought experiment? The trolley experiment?
Of course, yeah.
Okay. What would your decision be? Push the fat guy, or push the fat guy off the bridge?
Is it the pushing one, or is it the lever one?
Well, I mean, either way, you're the one initiating. So whether it's pulling a lever and the fat guy falls off the bridge just to save the three people, or you just let the three people die because and not push this innocent fat man off the bridge.
There's a difference between pulling a lever and pushing a fat man. Do you know what the difference is? Effectively, it seems like they're the same, but there's a difference.
Through the intentions. If you pull that lever, you know the intention is for that fat man to die. Just like if you push him, it's the intention for the fat man to die.
That's a similarity. What's the difference?
That you're not physically putting your hands on him.
Yeah, the emotional cost to me is also needs to be measured.
But then I could just say that strangling someone to death is way different than shooting them, because it's not actually me that's killing them; it's a bullet that's killing them.
Yeah, no, but when I'm trying to make a moral decision, I have to calculate all the cost, including the emotional cost to me. I understand that the emotional cost is very little compared to the people's lives, but it's part of the calculation.
I just don't understand what the overall overarching difference would be within pushing him or pulling a lever.
Because when we understand human nature, we understand that the decision makings, that humans are not robots. They don't make they're not utilitarian calculation machines. Their emotion gets in the way. So if we want to come up with the best policies and the best rules that maximizes the most amount of good work that increases happiness, we have to include that in our analysis. We have to include human desires and emotions and the way they respond to different behaviors, their emotions need to be part of the calculation.
I don't think that's a good system. With all due respect, I don't think that's
I
a
know.
good system, because Hitler could have used the exact same system. He could have taken the population of the Germans and said, hey, these Jews are in our way. We would collectively be more happy as a society for us
No.
to get rid of these people. So then they present
That's
a moral system that's based off of their well-being, and then you eliminate the Jews.
That's a complete misrepresentation of what I just said.
I'm not saying that's what happened, but I'm saying that could have been the way that it happened.
No, because
What's the contradiction?
The contradiction is the amount of misery. In fact, what I suggested shows how flawed that is. Okay, because not only you're introducing a lot of like I'm telling you that I have to calculate the mere psychological cost of me putting my hand on someone else's body and pushing them in front of a train, and what you should have taken from that is that not only in the system that you just introduced, like with the Jews, not only do I calculate the harm to people because of the Jews that are suffering and the people who love them who are suffering, but I calculate the harm, the psychological cost to the people who are making those crimes. So not only my model is counting all the costs associated with the people who are suffering, I'm even counting the cost of the people who are committing the suffering. So it actually stops at even more than most traditional models that is doing a cost-benefit analysis. I'm doing the cycle. I'm even including the harm to the people who are doing the killing and the committing the crimes. I even see that as a cost.
Are you including the possible psychological harm that could be caused by keeping the Jews around?
That's a miscalculation. That's a lie.
Why are we? But you're saying that there were not Jews that were mentally distraught because Germans that were mentally distraught because the Jews were around. Is that not true?
Yeah, but because of misinformation.
What?
So my solution would be to fix the misinformation, not to like cause more harm. Like this is like, okay, so you are completely misunderstanding what I'm saying, right?
No, I get what you're saying. I'm just bringing a side point to try and make it analogous.
It's kind of like it's not analogous at all. It's kind of like me, like it would be similar as to, let's say you have an itch, okay? You have an itch, okay? And you come to me and I could like, oh, if you put this on it, it will solve the itch, okay? But somebody else could say like, actually there's an invisible demon chewing on your arm, and if you don't cut out your arm, it's going to eat your entire body, okay? And then you're like, oh my god, I'm going to cut off my arm, and you come to me like, as a utilitarian, didn't you understand that him was being stressed out over that invisible demon, and him cutting off his arm, it was a good thing to do because now he's at peace because the invisible demon is not eating his own body? I'm like, what are you saying? This is not how you do calculation of harm and benefit. Obviously the lie that was said to this person, that's the element that is causing a lot of harm. Like this could have been easily solved with the correct information. You should have eliminated the person that is lying to him. You can't tell me like, oh yeah, encourage him to saw off his arm, because you should look. When you're doing your utilitarian calculation, you need to step back. You need to think long term. You can't come up with small solutions, and you can't look at the effects of what you're doing in the short term. You have to look at the broader impact that you're having on society.
But this all seems very counterintuitive to your determinist worldview. You're putting in a lot of work to something that you didn't choose.
Well, I have no choice to do that.
I mean,
well, like you're like, why are you doing this? You're a determinist. You have none of these. You have
just let nature take its course, right?
I have no choice but to intervene.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, why are you doing? Yeah.
Did you have to go to the bathroom?
I have no choice but to care, and I have no choice but to do what I do.
No. Armin said that he wanted to take a break and he had to go bring on oxymoron, so he had to go to the bathroom.
But he was determined to stay here and hold it in for a minute.
Yeah, exactly. The conversation was so engaging that I even forgot about that, right? And I had no choice but to say, because the engagement of the conversation made me forget. Determined that I would forget about that. That I need to. Speaking of, can you guys talk to Oxymoron and Seti? They both. Yeah. What do you want to say?
Yeah, no, I'll talk to everybody. Well,
they might have questions. Okay, I'll be right back.
Yeah, sorry. Satya, Oxymoron, welcome, brothers. Did you have any sort of questions, or did you want to add anything to just the general worldview that we're having here? I feel like Armin and EA Dower speak a different language completely, but they understand what each other is talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But
I think they are sort of like trained in debating and arguing.
I think they've gone through all the arguments, which is cool. Like they've had a lot of experience, both being atheists. Some of the things they're saying, I've got no like I'm catching up basically. I'm not afraid to admit that. How are you guys this week? Any news stories from India or anything that you wanted to add? Or
Another
I
guy got
generally
killed over Sharma.
sorry, what was that, Satya?
Saying that another guy got killed over the Nobu Sharma. He was a bachelor student, 21 years old. That's the latest news right now. And the opposition leaders are most probably going to get. I don't think they are going to get jailed, but they are being investigated for corruption. That's the two news and the two news articles that are trending right now. And the third is India got its first tribal president. Tribals are like the most depressed and most deprived classes of India. So the first tribal president in India.
The
That's a
first
huge thing right now.
tribal.
Have you all of you seen the Kashmir Files? Has everyone here watched the Kashmir Files?
Not in.
I don't watch the news. I don't deal with news or politics or anything. I study philosophy and argue religion. That's basically. I'm very boring
about this.
Okay, so
Okay.
I had some questions about.
You want questions for EA Davo, because we have to use this opportunity. By the way, EA Davo, did I at any point talk disrespectfully or upset you in any ways?
No, I love this conversation. I tend to have good conversations with ex-Muslims. I sat down with Apostate Prophet and spoke with him for like an hour and a half, and it was a great conversation. I am his favorite Muslim, he says.
I think you would be most people's favorite Muslim. But
most ex-Muslims' favorite Muslim. But the thing is should I take that as a compliment? Is that a good thing?
I don't know. I mean, it's not. But Oxymora, you had a question for EA Dawa?
Okay, so when you bring this argument about this God, the whole God argument, and his attribute argument, do you justify the attributes of God? Like he is the only one God, or he's just
through the argumentation it necessarily follows that he has to hold these attributes.
So do you think God necessarily has to be one? Like
yes.
can we argue from that basic?
God has to be one because through the contingency argument, God is the necessary being. The necessary being is unconditionally non-dependent on anything else. So there cannot be two necessary beings, because to be necessary, all of your attributes could not fail to exist in any other possible reality. If they could not fail to exist in another possible reality, there would only be able to be one God, because if there's two different or one necessary being, if there's two necessary beings, that means that necessarily one of them has an attribute or a trait that the other doesn't have, which would mean that it's not fundamentally necessary, and it could be different in another possible world. And if it has exactly the same, then it's just one thing.
Okay, so do you think that if God creates this whole universe and all the objects in it, do you think if the God exists as whole before, I think there's before time concept in Abrahamic religions, like there's just a time where everything starts, and there's something before that is just God. Is it right?
So this is something that I'm going to differ with a lot of Muslims. Time is not a creation.
Okay, so
God exists within time.
Okay, you're challenging. You're getting so dangerously close to shirk now. Can I do?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. This is not shirk whatsoever.
If time, if God existed within the time, do you think that the things He have created, He has created from Himself? So basically, is there really any difference between the divine and material, which we try to argue?
Yeah, I don't believe that God exists within space and time, or it's like space-time itself. I believe that God exists within time. Now, I would need to further explain that, what absolute time is, what relative time is, how we're defining time.
Do you know a lot of Muslims would accuse you of being shirky right now?
Every Muslim, every sheikh that I've ever talked to agrees with me on this point. They may disagree at the beginning of the conversation, but once I actually dive into it, at the very end, they're like, "Khalas, I have no issues with this."
Okay, you're saying you're literally saying time was not created by God.
Correct. There's a hadith that specifically says, "Do not reject time, for Allah is time."
And you agree that I think most Muslims would not like this statement. Like the
Well, here's the
majority
question. Here's the question that you can.
No, maybe you're right. I'm not saying you're wrong. Okay,
Mhm.
I'm just asking you. Do you agree that if I go to the vast majority of Muslims and I say God didn't create time, they would freak out or so, like disagree?
The vast majority of Muslims don't even know what a necessary being is.
Okay, but even the ones who do dawah, even amongst the dawah Muslims, okay?
Yeah.
If I say God did not create time, they would have an issue with that.
I would say most of them would disagree with you, yes.
Okay.
And they would disagree with me also. And then, like I said, I've gone through this with a lot of them, and at the end of the conversation, they don't disagree anymore.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we really need a necessary being?
Say that again?
Do we really need a necessary being?
Do we only need a necessary
No,
being?
He's saying, do we really need a necessary being?
If a necessary being didn't exist, then nothing would exist. That goes back to the question, why is there something rather than nothing?
Okay. If something exists in cyclical loop, what do you think about that?
In cyclical, how many cycles has it gone through?
It can go through cycles eternally. It has to go through cycles eternally.
Then how do you answer the question of Herbert Sotel?
What's that?
So there's many different philosophical thought experiments that talk about infinite regressions. Like, for example, if you were standing in line at a coffee shop to get to the front of that line, right? Or no, since we're doing a regression, let's look at this. You are set up, you got a sniper rifle in your arms, you're about a quarter mile away from your target, and you have your crosshairs on the target, and you have to get permission from your supervisor to take the shot. But he's got to get permission from his supervisor to take the shot. He's got to get permission from his supervisor, so on and so forth. An infinite regression of supervisors that need to be gotten approval for. Will you ever take the shot?
Okay. So this is actually not good example of anything.
Can we answer the question
Can I ask
instead of
a
just
cross
saying it's
question?
not good?
Can I ask a cross question?
Well, hold on, wait. So it seems like I brought something up that would be contradictory. I'd like us to engage with it.
No, I would like to ask you a question about this only.
Wait. Okay. Well, can you answer his question before you bring it up? Yeah. Go on.
About this question only. It's about this question only.
Okay. Go on.
What is the time I'll take to ask my supervisor and he will take to ask his supervisor? Is it a finite? Like, is it something like one? Is it a non-zero number or is it zero number? Because at the human level, it is not possible for me to do it in a non-zero level. But at the level of creation, at the level of black holes, at the level of uncertainty, we don't know what it could very well be zero, and 0 times infinity could be very well be a finite number. So
He's saying when for you to be a contingent, right? It doesn't necessarily have to take any time. Like he's saying your example is a false analogy because you're introducing the concept of time between these things, and therefore the distance between them, it will be infinite. Okay.
Okay. So it's an appeal to like a B theory of time, correct? It would have to be a negation. It would have to be a negation of A theory.
So that's
And
what's the B theory of time? I don't know that from.
It's the block universe model. So it's that time. There's not like past, present, and future. There's an echo coming from somewhere. Yeah. So A theory of time argues that there's a past, present, and future. Correct. So there's things that happen in a sequential addition in a forward progressional manner. And then a B theory of time says that everything exists simultaneously. What we would call the past, present, and future already exists. And they're not causally related to each other. So there's just one state of affairs and then another state of affairs, but they're not linked in any way. So
what's the second one? The second one is B?
B theory of time, correct, yeah.
Didn't Einstein prove that by the relativity?
No, relativity has causal succession, and B theory of time negates causal succession. So one state of affairs does not cause the next state of affairs.
Einstein proved that both of these can be true at the same time. That they're causal, but they're also all determined.
Well, no, but I'm not talking. I'm not. So that's not the issue. Within B theory and A theory, one of them says that there is causal succession, and the other one says that there's not causal succession. So they can't both be true because that would be a direct contradiction.
Okay, but causal does not have to take time. It could be causal, but also be all true, determined.
Instantaneous.
Yeah, instantaneously.
But how do you have a succession without past, present, and future?
Well, that's what the math shows is true without our mind being able to comprehend it. Like there's things that cause other things, but it's kind of like looking at the videotape. The videotape is already determined, but you could see what precedes the other one if you play the videotape. But the videotape, it exists.
I understand what you're saying, but when you just said that a minute ago, when you said it's our limited comprehension, that sounds a lot like Christians when they say God's ways are not our ways.
Well, it doesn't. No. It's limited to our comprehension right now, but not mathematics. Like I didn't say like there's no way to show it. Like for example, when the Christians say that our comprehension is limited, they're saying like there's no way to know. But we have shown that even though our comprehension is limited, so we can't intuitively come to that conclusion. Using mathematics, we can actually show that that's the solution. So
if that's been objectively demonstrated, then how do we still have philosophers and scientists that are using a theory of time and still talking about things in a causal sense?
I don't know exactly. Well, because I just told you that the causal having things causing each other does not necessarily contradict having everything determined. And everything in physics, for example, every single formula in physics, right? When you have the t function, when you have the t variable in it, it works in both ways. So it shows that the formula works as to explain the causal effects on each other. But the t function, does not have to be going from past to future. It could go from future to past or any way around. So it works regardless of us having past, present, and the future.
Did this pen begin to exist?
The begin is our way of perceiving the world.
So outside of our perception, this is eternal.
Yes, it existed. It was meant to exist before it was, and it actually goes the other way around as well. Like the creation of it might have been the end. Like you could go from the end to present we are experiencing things from past to future, but that's just how we're perceiving things. It could also be the other way around.
How could we go from, because you said from a certain point to the present?
It could have been experienced that way. Like it doesn't go from past to future or future to present. It doesn't go in any direction. There's no direction to things. Our experience of the world is from past.
Do you have any references for me that showed that this was demonstrated?
Okay, yeah,
not just theoretical. Because I believe that it's just a theory, just like the A theory of time. It's a theory. And I don't want to say just a theory is into like trying to denote theories. Theories are the graduating points of ideas. Theories are to be held in high regards. Gravity is a theory. We take it very seriously.
It's a very serious theory. Like obviously it's a theory, but it's a very serious one. Like, so what Einstein showed, like, for example, if you're moving in the direction of something, right, your present and their future will become the same. Do you know what I mean? Like you would be like if you're standing still and they're standing still, right? Your present and their present is the same. But if you move over towards their direction, your present all of a sudden starts matching a different point in their time. And if you start moving in their opposite direction, your present all of a sudden becomes the past, something that used to be their past. Okay? So, and if you make this distance large enough, this difference, like very large enough, this difference becomes, and if you move towards that direction with a higher speed, this difference becomes more and more significant, right? So for example, if an alien is walking towards us, all of a sudden their present will match us 150 years from now compared to when they were still. And if they move away from us, all of a sudden their present might be equivalent to us at World War II, right? So that given that's what Einstein has shown, that means that everything that happened in World War II, it's not over. Like it's is still within the universe, because if an alien very far away from us is moving in the opposite direction of us, if their present is now our World War II, that means
They can look at a telescope. If they're a certain amount of light years away, they can look back just like we could see dinosaurs if we were 65 million years, light years away from the planet. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
And if they move in our direction, maybe they not all of a sudden our future, their present will be 150 years from now. That means that our future has already been determined.
The photons themselves wouldn't be the origin of the occurrence. The event itself would be the origin of the occurrence. So yes, you wouldn't be able to see it 65 million years from now. You could see.
I'm not talking about being able to observe it, because the photons takes I'm not talking about observing it. I'm talking about literally being there, because observing is different from actually, when I look at the stars. Okay, you were like, oh, you're looking into the past because the photons take time to get you. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about literally our time being different based on the movement of them moving towards our direction. Or I'm not talking about the delay in us observing. That's a different thing. That's an obvious thing.
Yeah, no. So I'm saying a certain period of time. That's a social construction, but time itself is a measurement of change between states of affairs. Regardless of where you're at in the universe, regardless of what the gravitational pull is, regardless of how fast you're traveling, there are states of affairs that are changing all the time. Yeah. So then, was there a previous state of affair?
Was there a previous state of affair? Was there
the state of affairs right now? Was there a previous one?
It was based on our perception. Go on, you guys talk. Satya and Oxymoron.
Okay, so my question was about cyclical time. So what you were saying is that because there is a certain amount of time which we take to get our instructions, and according to my theory, there are infinite people in the loop, so anything will not occur because I will not get the right instructions. But
hold on, so human beings have always existed?
I'm not really trying to argue that there's something called infinite number of people or infinite number of objects. I'm trying to say there's difference between infinity and eternity. Object can be eternally closed in a loop and keep doing the same thing, like in repeating in same fashion again and again and again,
actually,
oxymoron, like cycle.
Okay, so oxymoron, what oxymoron is saying could be true, and EA Devil, when you respond to him, do I refer Khalil? Should I refer to you as Khalil? Khalil, when you respond to him, you're like, well, theories. Well, this is what some theories show, and this is what other theories show. Okay, that doesn't seem like a very strong thing, because with these theories, you're talking about scientists that their theories change over time, right?
Sure,
When you're trying to build your belief in God on something so that we have certainty in, you can't be like, well, scientific theories show this, right? Because you haven't demonstrated that infinite regress is impossible.
I can easily do that. Well, before I do that, what I would do is I would say that anybody that does believe in this, especially in the atheist community, if you believe in an infinite regress, can you just provide me a demonstration of an actual infinite, like a demonstration of an actual infinite in reality? And if and you still believe in it, it seems like faith.
You don't need to demonstrate it to make it possible that it exists. You're making the claim.
Exactly. So the religious person could say the same exact thing about God.
No, but you could experience infinity. If you try to touch the boundary of the universe, no matter what you do, you will never reach there because you cannot be faster than the speed of light. So that is infinite time.
Is it logically possible to be faster than the speed of light?
No.
Okay, so you could be faster than the speed of light. We just haven't gotten there yet.
Okay, but
no. It's not possible to be faster than the speed of light.
Then what's the contradiction?
No, you are asking me to give you an example of something infinite. So the time you will
said
take
that
to reach the boundary of the universe will be infinite time.
You said that it was impossible, logically impossible. If there's something that's a logical impossibility, there's necessarily a contradiction derived from it.
Okay, but time
I'm just asking what the contradiction
an approximation. Time itself is approximation. Do you know how much time is between?
Not how I'm defining it.
Oxymoron, before you move to another point, I just want to clarify what Khalil just said, okay?
Sure.
I just said that you can't demonstrate that infinite regress is impossible, okay? You just said, well, you can't demonstrate the opposite. That's what you did.
No. I just said if your foundation, when it comes to belief, is novel, testable predictions through a deterministic, naturalistic means of finding out what's rational and reasonable to believe,
You're not
then
understanding. You're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm not claiming that infinite regress is possible. I'm not making that claim. I'm
okay.
claiming that you haven't shown that it's impossible.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
not
sure.
So I'm not making any claim here that I need to defend. I'm not saying infinite regress is possible or not possible. Okay.
Okay.
You're claiming that it's impossible. I'm just asking, how do you know that?
Mhm. Sure. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the null hypothesis and stand in disbelief until something is presented to me. Now,
Mhm.
I would say that the logical contradiction is to say if there's an infinite regression of causes and effects, that you would never actually get to this moment right now. Because if there was an infinite amount of causes and effects that preceded this moment, we would have to, regardless of how much time they take, we would have to
That-
wait for all of those
No.
dependency relations to take change and
But
for all those
infinite
states of
regre-
affairs
in-
to change. That's the
infinite-
contradiction.
That's a misunderstanding, because causality does not necessarily need time. So this is what Satya was referring to. Okay, you are looking at causality as if something could be the reason for something else instantaneously.
No, I'm not talking about causation. I'm talking about dependency relation.
Dependency relationship could happen instantaneously. Something could be the reason for something else
Sure.
instantaneously.
Cool.
Okay, so given that infinite regress could be an infinite regression of things that are dependent on each other without time in between them, then the logical contradiction that you just introduced to us is not really something that eliminates the possibility.
Sure.
Of
So if we take the set of all contingent things, right, and put them into a set, if we hold to the PSR, which is that any contingent thing has an external explanation for how and why it exists, then I'm going to ask, what's the explanation for the set?
I don't know, but I'm just demonstrating that you have. I'm not giving you an answer. I'm just demonstrating that when you are saying that infinite regress is necessary, I'm like, there's the only is illogical. Sorry, like it's impossible. I'm just showing that you're not demonstrating how.
Okay, so
That's
if I
what
was to just grant that it's not impossible, right? I would have evidence for things happening for the way that we view them, just like we use the scientific
Not
method.
necessarily.
Hold on. All experiments are based off of human experience because we are the observers.
Yeah.
Of it. So we take our perception on how we see the world and we make judgments based on those when it comes to certain experience and observations. So I'm simply doing the same.
The way it works is that you're not claiming that everything that is true you will observe it. You're claiming that there are certain things you observe, there's certain things you don't observe. If you observe them, based on those observations, you make claims. You're not saying that everything that there is we can observe. There are certain things that you cannot observe. Maybe you cannot observe, and you just until you observe. When you don't observe them, you say, "I don't know." So you're saying in the world of science and experimentations, if you need data to make a conclusion. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that if you don't have any data, you can make a claim that it's not true. If you have no data, you can make a claim that we don't know. Lack of evidence does not mean that something is not real. Lack of evidence just means that we don't know.
Gotcha. Yes. So if neither one of the models are contradictory to each other, but one of them has more evidence than the other, would it not be reasonable to go with the one that has the abundance of evidence to where the other one has zero evidence for it?
It would be okay. So if you're saying it's reasonable, that means you're not certain. You're just claiming.
Yeah, I'm a fallibilist. I'm a fallibilist when it comes to knowledge. I don't make any absolute knowledge claims. Not even.
I don't know what your evidence is. I don't know what your evidence is, but if you have evidence, which we could see what your evidence is, all you're doing is showing that infinite regress is less likely. You're not showing that it's impossible.
Sure. So those who let's grant that, and then those who would agree with me that it's less possible and be actually abundantly less possible because we have not the slightest shred of evidence of an actual infinite in reality. We have no evidence of that whatsoever.
We have
plenty of evidence of things of things causing other things using time. So we have plenty of evidence of all of that. So if someone is to take the other view over the A theory of time, then I would just say they hold blind faith in it.
Well, no, because the examples that you have are things within the universe. Okay, the things that are
Yes.
within the universe does not necessarily have the same laws applied to them as the universe itself.
Do you understand how much that sounds like what a Christian would say about God?
No, because I'm not making any claim. I'm just showing that what you're saying is not. The Christian is making a claim. I'm saying we don't know. I'm saying Christian would say, here's what I know. I'm saying that what you're saying is not necessarily true.
They would say they don't know God's ways. God's ways are not our ways. It could be different.
I'm making zero claims here. I'm just saying, I'm just showing that what you're making, the claim that you're making is not necessarily true. I'm saying that your observation is about things within the universe. And based on your observation about things within the universe, you're making a claim about the universe. Your
Just like the
observation,
scientific method does. Yep.
no, not about the nature of the universe itself. Okay. So the scientific method, when it makes an observation of a certain category, it starts making that claim about things within that category. It doesn't take that observation and then make claims about things outside of that category.
I don't think
That's
I'm
what you're
making any
doing.
claims about anything outside.
Yes, you're making.
I'm saying everything within the universe holds to a theory of time because all the evidence that we have falls into the category of things causing other things in a successive manner, taking time.
Things within the universe is a different category than the universe itself.
Okay, so what's the universe?
Everything that is.
But I thought you said everything within the universe is separate from the universe. But then I ask you what the universe is, and you say it's everything that exists.
Let me give you an example, okay? Do you believe every man has a mother?
Every man has a mother? Mm. Yes.
Okay.
Well, let me be precise here, just to make sure you don't have your atheist brain going down a route. Adam did not have a mother. Everybody else did.
Do you believe that every living human has a mother? Or had a mother?
Yes. Every human that exists today, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Do you agree that society is made out of humans?
No.
The society is a group of humans.
So a group of humans would be humans. Yes, correct. I would define society different, but that's okay.
Okay. Let's say society. Let's define society as like a group of humans. Okay. Okay. Does society have a mother?
No, this would be what's called a composition fallacy.
Exactly. You're committing the composition fallacy.
No, I'm not. I'll show you exactly why. This is a very huge misconception when it comes to the contingency argument. I'm not saying that the set of all contingent things is contingent itself because the set is contingent. The part does not equal the whole. Just because a wall is made of bricks means that the wall itself is a brick. That's a composition fallacy. What I'm simply saying is that in modal logic, if you take the set of all contingent things, if it's a composite set, that means it's made of parts. If it's made of parts, you can annihilate one of those things, and the set would still be the contingent set of all things, right? Or the set of all contingent things. But yet it would be different in another possible world or another reality, which means that it meets the definition of a contingent thing. That's why I'm arguing that the set of all contingent things needs an external explanation.
Do you think you have exhausted your observation to all things?
No, but with the current data that I have and the current information and understanding that I have, this is the most reasonable, rational position to hold. And that's exactly what the scientific method does. They take the information that they have and they make observations based off that information that is always ready to be changed.
And do you agree that the scientific method doesn't prove anything? It just makes the most...
Correct.
Gives you the
most reasonable, rational position to hold, which is all as a Muslim that I claim.
Okay, so you're saying that you can't prove God. Go on.
So I was talking about eternity and infinity. So I'll just put some sentences to both you, Armin, and you, EA. So do you agree with it or not? You can tell me. So do you think every effect that exists has some cause?
Every contingent thing has a cause. Yeah, I hold to the PSR. To a weak PSR.
Okay, so everything, every effect is basically manifestation of some cause. Like water is water comes from hydrogen and oxygen reacting in certain way under certain conditions.
Yeah.
With that?
I mean that if those are contingent things, then there's an external explanation. Yes.
Yeah. So do you think that the cause dies out to give effect, which means the cause and effects cannot exist simultaneously?
That the cause and effect cannot exist simultaneously?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't see why that logically follows.
So the hydrogen and oxygen, they combine with each other and produce water. So you wouldn't have hydrogen and oxygen left as themselves. Do you
No,
think that's true?
that's not the case at all. No, there's still hydrogen and there's still
No, I
oxygen
think he
that
means
aren't being
that
mixed together.
when water is formed, the
Yeah, they,
hydrogen
but
molecule and the oxygen molecule do not exist anymore. The water molecule exists, not the
yeah, so
atom, the molecule.
individuality of the substance is lost, do you think, when they undergo certain kind of reaction?
The identity changes. Yeah.
Yeah. So I
Sure.
think there could be question about God about in regard to this, but I'll just go forward. So do you think the existence of effect is suggestive that this is happening for a long time? So there might be change to it.
There could be
That
states.
water
Yeah, the state of the universe could have been in a different state.
So do you think that the all of these things that exist, they are finite in nature and limited in some manner?
Correct. Yes.
So if there's there might be something limited substance that might be producing this. Do you think that?
Ask your question again. I'm not understanding you.
All right, guys,
So
let's do this fast because I think we have exhausted Khalil's time.
okay.
Bro, I got all
Yeah.
day.
You do? Okay.
Yeah,
okay, 'cause
but you got
I
3
got all
hours
day.
also for the
Okay.
stream. So
This is what
So
I
do you
do for a
think
living.
this is
I have
okay?
these discussions.
All right. Okay. Good.
Okay, so do you think that there's finite resource to every single thing? At some point of time, there will be a finite resource wherever we will go to this product we are experiencing now, like water.
Yeah. So what I'm simply saying is that, and I think where you're getting at is that we can't come up with absolute truths, right?
No. I'm just saying that what if the water at some point of time dissociate and produces hydrogen and oxygen?
Then that's
Again.
would be what it did. Then there'd be a cause for why that happened.
So do you think that if the water which we have produced at some point of time becomes hydrogen oxygen, do you think that it could lead to a loop of hydrogen oxygen and water cycle of like things like that?
Yes, because there could be a loop, but it had a beginning point. Correct.
But why does it need to have a beginning?
Because that's just how you just explained it.
No. But it doesn't need to be water. Water can be produced. Oxygen can be is basically a molecule.
Well, then
It's
could you describe it to me without using finite, like a finite environment? Because the way that you explained it to me was that this is what this thing is going to do, and then these two things mix together, and then that creates this. Can you explain it to me in a cyclical manner instead of making it look like it's finite and then calling it cyclical?
I can do a mathematical model of this, but I cannot
Yes.
really prove because it's very possible that there are three things that are being produced by two things, and these three things are produced by three things, and these three things are produced by other two things, which are produced by the first thing.
Yeah, and I get that, and we can show things to mathematical potentials, but honestly, oxymoron, I really don't care about mathematical potentials. I care about what we can actualize in the universe.
You don't know whether it's actualized
you don't even
or not.
have a mathematical model for God.
For
like
example, no, but for example, if you like some numbers appear in front of you like 4, 5, and 6, and you say that okay, it is 4, 5, and 6, but it could actually be a series of numbers in which y is equal to x plus 1. So how is that a contradiction? You just have the vision.
So I've already just granted that it's not a contradiction. I'm just saying that you guys have no actual evidence other than mathematical potentials to provide me. I could provide mathematical potentials to say that 0 plus 0 equals 1.
So
no,
we are arguing about
you can. I can show you that you can.
We are arguing about the model that's very likely. So
yeah, but why would you when I say I don't care about mathematical potentials. I care about actual
I just
infinites.
contradicted
Hold
need
on.
of the necessary being here.
Okay, you go ahead and speak. I'll listen.
Okay, so just assume that there's object number 1, then there's object number 2, and there's object number 3. Now the object number 3 again produces object number 1. So we now have a loop. So if object number 3 produces object number 1, we will have a continuous loop of this happening again and again in throughout eternity.
Is that necessary that it does that?
Yeah, because it's
possible.
very logical.
Could it possibly have had a starting point?
It doesn't need to.
I didn't ask if it needs to. I said, is it possible that it had a starting point?
No, it doesn't need to.
What's the contradiction?
There's no contradiction here.
So then it's possible.
No, it's not.
You can't
possible.
say that it's impossible and also isn't contradictory. That's you cannot do that.
Okay.
If you're saying it's impossible, then I want to see the contradiction. If you can't bring a contradiction, then it's logically possible.
There's no need for a starting point here. So
I didn't ask if there was a need for a starting point. I asked if it was
there's
possible.
no possibility.
I'm very
There's also no
specific with my
possibility
questions.
of.
Then what's the contradiction?
A contradiction with what?
With
it
having a starting point, with one of these things being the starting point that causes this progression a loop.
Yeah. So the problem is that this model doesn't have it relies on the last point to cause the first point again. So,
this would argue
that
this would argue that infinites or that humans are infinite. Because
Why?
if we just say humans came from a womb, and wombs are the only thing that we have information of humans coming from, then there's an infinite regression of human beings and an infinite regression of wombs also because human beings only come from wombs.
No. The problem with that is it's same womb and delivery of child happening over and over again.
Yeah, so it's just been infinitely happening in the past.
Like I said, the cause dies out to give an effect. So it's not technically because the cause doesn't exist after the womb's dead. So it's only the womb and the child the process of womb and child happening over and over again. And by womb and child process, I mean.
So then you're saying it's possible there was a starting point
in symbolic manner.
Yeah. So can I get in on this?
I've been asking a lot of questions. It seems like you guys your responses are more questions to me.
Guys, can I ask a live chat question or not? Do you? Okay, Satya, no, go ahead, and then I want to ask a live chat question. And then
so it is of course possible that there was a starting point, but it is also possible that everything is cyclic. So what's the point in believing that it was like it has started at some point? It could very well be that before the Big Bang there was a universe which collided into it, which like collapsed into itself. And
multiverse theory. I have no problem with that, but that still means that there was a certain number of universes that caused the next universe, and I take it right to the contingency argument where there is a necessary thing that is a causal principle to the entire multiverse theory.
But how is that possible?
So why do you need to have a starting point?
What do I need to have a starting point? Because if not, then we would never be at this point.
No, I just showed that we are in cycle.
But
made a model.
Yeah,
we are in cycle. So the question becomes worthless. Existence of God becomes worthless. The need for necessary being becomes worthless if we are in a loop.
Okay.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that there is the information that we have through the scientific method. What we have to empirically show and demonstrate that our world is the way that it is in the current state that it's in is using the scientific method. With the scientific method, there are causes and effects. With the scientific method, there's a past, present, and future. You're just simply saying, let's take everything that we think we know and throw it to the side because it could just not have any time in it. All these things could just be infinitely happening simultaneously, to which I'm just going to ask you, what's your evidence for that? And if you just provide me an argument, that's perfectly fine.
That's not how it works. When people say here are things that could be, they don't need to provide evidence for it because they're saying that they're providing alternatives that you're not showing that it's impossible. So when somebody says that this is how things should be because there's no alternatives, then somebody provides an alternative. Like you don't ask for proof for their alternatives because they're just
Why
showing
not?
you. Because they're not showing you, they're not claiming that alternative is true. They're claiming that you haven't exhausted. The claim is that you haven't exhausted all the options. Do you understand?
Sure. Yeah, no, I understand that. But the misunderstanding is that you guys are arguing as if the other one is more probable, right? How do we find out the problem?
No, there's no
Oh,
claim
okay. So you're saying it's 50-50.
So I am arguing that
No, we're not
other
saying
one
it's
is more
50-50.
probable.
Okay, I'm saying we're not 50-50 or we don't know the percentage. When somebody says that this is the only option, if I give you another option, I'm not even making any claims about the possibility of it or if it's true. I'm just saying I'm just showing you that all the alternatives have not been exhausted.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not saying that it's logically impossible that this other alternative could be true. I'm simply saying now we have both of these alternatives. Let's test them. Let's see what information we have to support either alternative. And now if one is supported more than the other, then it seems like it seems like you would be unjustified. Well, this goes back to justified belief. It seems to be unjustified in holding it.
I completely agree with you. You made that point. Okay, I just have to see why. I want to go over again why you don't think you committed that fallacy when you applied your observation of things within the universe.
Sure. Yeah, because I'm not saying that the part equals the whole.
Yeah. So I want to carefully, like, I don't want to do it right now but I think like it would be very interesting for you to explain to me why you're not doing, like, take me through the steps because my mind is not working anymore after 3 hours of streaming. But it's very interesting because you're very logical. So, but I wonder if you think it takes.
You're very logical for a Muslim.
No, for most people.
Oh, good. No.
Is he frozen? Is he frozen? For you guys as well.
Okay, you might be. Okay, you're unfrozen.
Okay.
All right, cool.
But I have another question which is similar to the question that was.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Noor is saying, please ask him about the relationship between what he's describing and the Islamic God. I think we could have that discussion another time, but that's a very good question. I just have a small question. Do you think the way that you're introducing God to us is the way that people come to God?
I haven't introduced God to you guys yet.
No, but this is the first step. Like, you need these things to be able to eventually prove
when
God.
It comes to a skeptic and atheist, I believe that this is the best method. And this is my observation as an atheist. When I was an atheist, I would have people come to me with the Bible and they say, here's the Bible, read this. Jesus died for your sins. Have faith, believe in it. You won't understand it until you believe in this. So have faith in it. And I'm like, why are you bringing all this extra baggage to the table? I want to know all the nuanced steps that got you to believing in this. And now I'm a Muslim who provides all of those steps. And it seems like the atheist now wants to say, don't worry about all this. Just get to your God.
No, that's not what I'm saying. But my question is that you think this is not the only way, the only legitimate way to get to God, right? But you're like the other Muslims, but the Muslims who don't do these philosophical arguments, right? Mm-hmm. When they believe in God, they have legitimate ways to get to believe in God.
To their subjective belief, yes.
No, I mean, obviously not through your belief. Do you, based on your standards, do you think other Muslims have come to God?
I can't put my standards on other people. My standards are what convince me, and my standards are what I use with other atheists to attempt to convince them. And in comparing that to other ways of giving dawah or evangelizing, it seems like my way works a lot better.
It seems like to me that you know that their methods are not logical, but you, instead of saying that their methods are not logical, let me tell you what it comes across to me, and then you tell me that.
Sure.
To me, it seems like you know that their methods is not logical. But instead of saying that their methods are not logical, you're saying it's logical to them. Do you know what I mean? You're claiming based on their.
Could I make one clarifying point? Just one clarifying point, because me and Claire were actually going to speak about this on a stream or look into it in terms of the fitra, and part of the fitra, there are 4 elements of it, but 2, and this is where what Dawah sort of is rational reasoning, And the other one, so from the Quran basis, is revelation. Why someone could come, and then spirituality, connection with God. So there are different elements of the fitra that would be labeled under his philosophy or his discussions, which is rational reasoning. So if someone came and say someone heard the call to prayer, and that is part of revelation, or they heard the Quran and that spoke to them, and they felt a connection to what they feel is God and a creator, that would also be part of Islam and Dawah and people's belief system.
Yeah, I just wanted to know if Khalil accepts their methods as objectively correct ways of getting to God.
Me personally, I think that a lot of other ways of giving dawah brings a lot of presuppositions to the table, to where you have a lot of explaining to do, and there's so much explaining that needs to be done when you start with these presuppositions that you typically tend to get the other person's eyes to glaze over. Like they become very bored.
No, I'm not talking about dawah people. I just think like if you were being like, I'm not saying if you were being honest to yourself, not honest to us, okay? I think you would agree that the 99%, like based on your standards, 99% of Muslims are not justified in their belief to be Muslim.
No,
based on how I came, no, I can't say that because
I know you can't say that because that would be bad. But
well, no, it's not.
sneaky.
It's not because it would be. It's not because it would be bad. It's simply because I have different criteria for being convinced of something than somebody else.
That's literally what I'm saying in a more polite way. Okay.
Yes,
because when you say I have a different criteria than them, you're saying that based on your criteria, they're not justified to believe.
The only way that your question would make sense if everybody is convinced in the hold on real quick. So the only way that your question would be reasonable or make sense is if everybody was convinced in the exact same way. People are not convinced in the same way, therefore we have different criteria for conviction.
I know, but what I'm asking is that if their criteria makes sense, it's not
illogical. It's not contradictory. It just brings a lot of baggage to the table that they end up accepting a lot more than I did when I was looking at it.
Do you think their criteria for accepting Allah is logical?
Yes. What's the contradiction?
Other Muslims. Okay, so show me, like, I want you to, other than your method, okay, like maybe in future discussions, show me other criteria that it's not your criteria, but it makes belief in God justified.
Yeah, so some people would jump automatically to the linguistic miracle of the Quran.
Okay, so you think that's justified way to believe in God?
I think that what I do is I use the linguistic miracle of the Quran in a certain place at a certain step within this process. Some people come up and start with it. I wouldn't personally do that, but there's no contradiction with them.
I'm not talking about Dawah people. I'm talking about a Muslim who believes in Islam.
Yeah, studying the linguistic miracle, not convincing other people, but investigating it for themselves.
You think it's possible to be justified in believing in Allah simply for the linguistic miracle of the Quran? You think that's justified?
Yeah.
Okay, would you be able to demonstrate that? Would you be able to demonstrate that justification?
Yes. If the Prophet, peace be upon him, was an illiterate man, right? He could not read or write, and he came up with 7/8 of what the Arabic language is. Only 1/8 of classical Arabic back then, prior to the Quran. Only 1/8 of that. Only 1/8 of that language existed. Then I'm going to ask the question: if it's not from some type of higher source, how did this illiterate man come up with such a precise language where 7/8 of that language came from him, and all of the poets from the surrounding area came and their jaws were on the floor when they saw it?
Well, first of all, these are you haven't demonstrated that these are actually what happened. One, right? Second of all, you haven't exhausted every possible scenario explanation. Do you really think you have
but this is starting to become hypocritical, because now I'm going to ask you to demonstrate an infinite regression, and you're going to say, well, we don't need that. Okay, then please don't try and force those views on other topics.
That has nothing to do with infinite. I'm just saying, it's very
it has to do with the justified belief and the possibility of it.
Islam claims that this is how Muhammad came to these with these Quranic verses, and you just accept the story as given, and like
I don't
for
just
the story.
accept the story.
No, but for you to accept this as a miracle, you have to accept the narrative in which it came. You're like, oh, how could have Muhammad? This is the story. And it wouldn't make any sense other than that it was revealed to God. But like the story could be made up. The story could be made up.
Which is why I don't start with this.
Okay,
you're perfectly correct.
Okay, so you just.
This is why I don't start with this, because there's so much baggage that comes along with it. Like I said before, so much baggage that comes along with it. I'm not saying it's a no. See, you said it's illogical. I don't think it's illogical.
I didn't say it's what I'm saying. What I'm calling illogical is a Muslim that simply because of this miracle, without any other things, believes in Allah.
Yeah, so
that would be logical.
Do you know what I think would be beneficial?
There's no contradiction.
To go through what would be the fitra and revisit this topic, because
I just want. I think I'm
3.5 hours.
I think
so. He will come back.
Did I frustrate you? I didn't want to frustrate you. Did I frustrate
No, you're good, brother. I'm just reading the chat over here. I'm looking at my
no. I mean, Khalil can go for like 16 hours.
Bro, like the Muslims. The Muslims give me so much.
Can I argue against you, Armin?
I don't.
Last point.
Wait. I'm not saying I'm not suggesting that I frustrated you because of the time you spent here. I just want to, because I'm trying to demonstrate that we can be friendly. I'm just trying to see if I, based on what I'm saying, is frustrating. Do you know what I mean? Like, because okay. Because sometimes I get this body language from you that I'm saying something.
No. He's the most patient guy. Like, people actually say he's too patient because he'll be talking to someone for like 6 hours. Like yesterday or the day before, they were speaking to one guy for like 5.5, 6 hours. So he'll go through the whole thing. So when we've got a time constraint, then I don't think it does him justice to go through all the steps, etc. But I think it's been really.
I would
good.
be interested. Let's end this discussion here, but and maybe Oxymoron has a challenge to me. But before, I just want to say, like, can we also, if you're interested in having more discussions with us,
absolutely,
I would be. Oh, you would? That's fantastic. I would be also interested in not doing debates, but also talk about how we can make atheists and Muslims and Christians and Hindus and ex-Muslims and not use these disagreements as a way to hate each other. Like, what can we do to have passionate, what are the steps that we could take to have very passionate disagreements and still be each other's friends and neighbors and co-workers and classmates? Like, would you be interested in having a conversation like that? How could we bring like the atheist community and the Muslim community?
I think we should bring the human community together.
Okay, good. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Perfect.
Yay! Mazel tov.
Yeah. The human community needs to take over.
Okay, that's good.
This is really interesting, and I'm glad you said that, because I had a Christian who wants to get to speak to atheists better, also, and so I think this would be a good topic for us to bring people together.
And the arguments that I make, like, I have debates. I could sit down with you, an atheist, and give you arguments that I have against Christianity, to where you can ask friendly Muslim. Like, they're just like, like they have no clue how to answer in the discussions. Friendly discussions to where we're not calling each other names. To
be fair, it's Christianity, so that's easy.
But here, I could sit down with the Christians and provide arguments against atheism too, in the same exact way. And to which I haven't really gone into any of those today, because I think this is like our first conversation. We're just kind of getting to know each other. I think we need to build a relationship. And once we build that relationship, we can have more conversations that are a bit more contentious, but with us actually knowing each other a little bit more. Like for example, do you have a best friend like that you hang out with? Would you call him out on his shit more than you would her? Yeah. Would you call her more out on her shit than you would somebody you just met?
Well, but I don't talk.
And that's what I'm saying. Let's build a relationship. Let's build this. Let's find our common ground, right? And let's build upon that. And once we set our foundation of common ground, then we can start nitpicking what we disagree with each other.
Fantastic.
I think that's the best way to do things.
All right, guys. I think it's been a great stream. I really do. Are you happy, Armin? Like I brought my guest over because he seemed to speak the same language as you, which was good. I
tend to do that with atheists.
Yeah, you were good at. I needed my atheist translator from last week, so I had to bring an atheist or former atheist to translate. But no, I think it was great. And
Oxymoron wanted to just Oxymoron, can you keep it short because we need to end the stream?
Yeah, I was just going to ask you why do you have high expectations from Muslim to have such complicated logical arguments? Like we don't expect people to know everything every physics that's involved in making car for them to learn to drive the car.
I don't make a claim about Muslims. I also make that same claim about atheists. I say vast majority of atheists have no good reason to be atheists. Like I would say, like if you actually talk to atheists about why they're atheists, most of their answers, the vast majority of their answers are nonsensical. Like they had bad experiences with religion, which is not a good explanation for why they're godless. So I don't make that claim about Muslims, just Muslims.
Just thought that so.
I had a question too. A quick
What?
one. Do you think that the international left media targets Hindutva sometimes more than it should?
I don't know. I don't have any. I don't have a way to measure that. I haven't. Do you think that?
Yes, I definitely think that, and it looks the other way from the Islamic extremists in India.
I don't know. You would know that more than I'm not familiar.
Yeah, we think there's a regime change operation going on.
Regime change operation. Okay, that sounds like a conspiracy theory, but maybe you're right. If Susanna was here, she would probably have a better answer for this. Maybe ask this one on the Atheist Republic Q&A in the live chat or something. Or maybe
shout out to Susanna. Hello, Susanna. I saw her in the chat. And I hope you're doing well.
Yes, Susanna. I think this would be a great question for Susanna. Anyways, because Khalil is not that very interested in politics or world affairs, how dare you? By the way, you should be interested in what affects the ummah.
Oh yeah. Well, no. So I'm not. It's not that I'm not interested in it. It's that I think I specialize in having discussions in a particular area, and then other brothers in Islam are more versed within the political realm, but less versed within my realm. So everybody has their niche. So what we do is we just basically try and pass people around the community to see certain aspects and certain categories of discussion. I just specialize in talking to atheists and Christians. That's what I do.
And I specialize in being friendly. And Muslim.
I feel the same way about like these existence and metaphysics questions, because these things are not like I don't need these answers to these questions in my daily life. So whenever I think about these things only when I'm chilling. So when somebody asks me
your daily life is insignificant to the afterlife. Okay, you don't think it's significant. You're losing the most important part of your life, which is infinite.
Provided there is an afterlife.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, but real quick, before I go, I just wanted to put out there, one, I'd like to thank you, Armin, for having me on. It was a great discussion. I don't know what it is. I tend to get along with ex-Muslims pretty well, depending on how they act. Now, if they come at me with some stupid stuff like Aisha right off the bat, then we're not going to do that. We're not going to have fun with that. But if you go to videos right here, if you click on videos, you can see that almost every single night. You can see 8 hours, 11 hours, 10 hours, 11 hours. Wow. I have 16-hour streams to where I invite anybody that wants to come up through a StreamYard link, just like you're using, Armin, a StreamYard link to come up and have a discussion with me and my co-host. I normally have two, me and my partner, and then one co-host. So it's normally me. I have Isa with me, and I have Kino with me, and Friendly Muslim's normally up on the stage just advertising and doing his part, doing his thing. But that's what I do, is I just have these discussions. So anybody in the chat or Armin or any of the other brothers that came on stage today, if you would like to come and have discussions with me on my channel, if you have any issues or you want us to question your belief, whatever you want to do, we just have these open discussions almost every single night. So I just wanted to
really? That's actually very fun. Like you could come and like instead of like us challenging you, you like come at me, like challenge me, like you.
Yeah, I'm willing. If somebody wants to come and challenge Islam, I'm not going to back down.
But the
But if they,
opposite,
opposite, if they say, if a Christian wants to come on and talk about how Jesus is God, like that's what I specialize in. I specialize. I've been a Muslim for only a year and a half, so I'm still learning about Islam. If a Shia wanted to debate me on imama, I would not be able to do that. Now I have my slight understandings of what's going on, but I believe that understanding something and being able to debate is two
Missing.
completely different things.
You're missing Hussein in your heart. That's what you're missing.
No, see, when I speak with Shia,
there's no such thing as Islam without Hussein. The entire God made everything for the sake of Hussein. You haven't understood Islam if you haven't understand the sacrifice of Hussein.
Okay,
Come on,
come
on, man.
Quick question.
I'm an
Speaking
Ex-Shia,
of
by the
Hussein,
way.
what should I read
I heard.
to like know more about Islamic philosophy, Islamic mythology?
Wait. We're ending this show. Go on. One more time.
Like what should I read to know more about Islamic mythology? Other than Arabian
mythology. I don't know that
Yes.
exists.
you just made an insult.
It was a
That
little
an insult.
jab there at the end, like
like Islamic theology. No, Islamic mythology. I think because he comes from a Hindu background, and I don't think Hindus see any insults to their ideology to call
using
mythology.
mythology.
Mythology, this is mythology. Obviously.
Yeah. So through a Western perspective, when you say mythology, it sounds like fairy tales.
Yeah, basically, you just called his ideas a fairy tale.
Some Hindus like get offended by calling their ideas mythology, but I don't. So like, I used to read Arabian Nights and all, but they are like really shallow Islamic mythology. So like, what's the real thing? And is it interesting? Like,
I mean, I would read Al-Ghazali, I would read Ibn Taymiyyah, I would read Ibn Abbas.
Ibn Taymiyyah hates Ghazali.
Well, I mean, you can get good information from both of them.
Yeah, but Ibn Taymiyyah does takfir on Ghazali. Didn't he takfir Ghazali? He takfir Ghazali.
Yeah.
Oh.
Are there any
I mean,
comics
it is
or
what it
something?
is.
Are there any comics or storybooks?
Okay.
What?
Yeah, can
Are
I
there
just
any comics or storybooks?
He's like, it's a very okay. So the
He waited to the end of the stream to do this, didn't he?
No,
I'm asking this seriously.
No, he's being Khalil. He's being serious because relative to Hinduism, Islam seems very boring. Okay, because Hinduism has like a lot of different characters. There's wars and there's like struggle between like different gods. So Islam has just one god, and you're just sitting there like the storyline here. Storyline here sucks. So it's like
Surah class. That's all you need, brother. Surah class. Then you're Muslim. Alhamdulillah.
So like, there's no comics, no stories, nothing.
Well, no,
Yeah,
there's plenty. There's just not as much as you might have within your Hindu tradition.
Okay.
yeah, it's not as entertaining. But like, I think if I wanted to put my Muslim hat on, I would tell you, Sophia, that religion is not meant to entertain you. Like that's not a Muslim would like if you go to a Muslim like this is boring. Why are your stories so not interesting? They were like, we're here to save you from from hell, not to like entertain you with laughter. Like there will be plenty of entertainment in heaven. How about that?
We're trying to save you from polytheism. Can I deal with this Skywork 600? Friendly Muslim hides his true feelings behind pretending to be friendly whilst wishing for certain laws to be implemented. Dude, I'm not a lawmaker. I don't have a position on certain laws. Like, again, in America, should capital punishment be enforced? Yes or no?
No,
I don't believe in capital punishment. I don't believe in capital punishment. I believe
this is your opportunity. This is your opportunity to take a jab at Shias. What you have to do is like, hey, Tariqa is a Shia thing. That's what you're supposed to do.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I'm after Jordan Peterson. I'm trying to look for a Shia pen pal.
No.
Oh,
yeah. We need to find some Shia. If you come across some Shia, send them to me because I want to have a discussion with them about absolute divine simplicity, which is something that that Shias have to believe in. That is dogmatic to the Shia belief.
I was a Shia for most half of my life. I never heard that.
I've actually been coming across a lot of Shia that say that, but I can bring you scholars, Shia scholars, like scholars from the beginning, to where they say that absolute divine simplicity is here. Let me ask you: do you believe that you believed that God was one, right?
Yes.
Do you believe that all of God's attributes are identical to each other? That He has one divine act?
I don't know about that.
That's
That-
absolute
that-
divine simplicity.
that
That's
was
what
not taught
Shia. Yeah. So in the academic circles, and that's what I try and stay around is academia, actual papers written, philosophers speaking on different topics. It is dogmatic as a Shia to accept divine simplicity if it is presented.
Tell me
to
about
you.
that. I want to learn about that. That would be interesting because
Sure.
I
So
don't know if you know, like we have a show on in Persian, which is like Atheist Republic has a Persian show. So we talk to a lot of Iranians about atheism, Islam. So I would be very interested in bringing this up to a lot of Shias on that side.
sure. So here we go. You have absolute divine simplicity. It's the idea that God is one, he's not made of parts, and that all of his attributes are identical to each other. So as then they're also identical.
Is that kind of Mutazilite a little bit, isn't it?
I mean, in certain ways, but this is very specific. So it says that all of his attributes are identical to each other and also identical to his actions. And they're also, to make God one divine act, all of these are identical to his essence. Now you ask the question, is his essence absolutely necessary? They would say yes, he's the necessary being. His existence is absolutely necessary. So if his attributes and actions are identical to his existence or his essence, then his attributes and actions would be absolutely necessary. That means God does not have free will because his actions are necessary now. There is no picking, choosing between options. You're done.
That's what I was trying to do with you, but you didn't.
Yeah, but I find distinctions between his actions. His actions are not absolutely necessary.
Okay.
So you do that with someone who holds to Shia, who holds to divine simplicity.
That's why. Well, I think that's what most Muslims believe in, not just Shias, because I have been able to get people to accept that there's a contradiction here within God. God contradicting itself.
Yeah, so you're using what's called the omniscience paradox. This is a completely different argument. Entails the same conclusion, but it's based off of another frame of view. So I don't believe that God's attributes are God. I don't believe that God's attributes are absolutely necessary. Shia do believe that.
Okay, but you separate a whole bunch of things from God, and wasn't this the issue that the Mutazilites had with everybody else? Like, because a lot of people would perceive this as challenging the concept of Tawheed. Do you know what I mean? Like, in your worldview, there's a whole bunch of things that are uncreated, but that are not God himself, and they're not created. Okay? This is what Mutazilites had the issue with, and they believe that this challenges the concept of Tawheed. You believe it doesn't, but many Muslims throughout the history of Islamic philosophy believe that this is shirk. I know you don't believe that, but you agree that this was a history that Islamic philosophy went through. Okay.
Yeah. No, I understand the argument, but I mean, I could make the argument that the Prophet, like if on someone's standards, a certain standard that the Prophet, peace be upon him, would be committed, committing of shirk. To which I don't believe that, but I mean, depending on how some people say what shirk is and how something becomes shirk, I don't see it. I see these as intrinsic properties that are not God, but they're not these separate floating like concrete objects.
Okay, again, this is very sounds very shirky to a lot of Muslims. You are saying they are not God, and you are not God, and they're also not created by God. So we have things that we could point to, like not God, but also not created by God. That sounds.
Do these same Muslims believe in the preserved tablet
of the Quran? I don't know. I have to ask them. Depends.
Ask them that. Ask them that, and if they believe that the preserved tablet has always existed, and then ask them if that's God.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. The Mutazilites believe that the Quran should be the created word of God, because if it's the uncreated word of God, then the concept of Tawheed is being questioned here. We have two. They believe that the traditional Islam that we know accept now as two entities that is uncreated, one Allah and one the Quran, now means that we have two divine entities, which is in contradiction to Tawheed.
What makes the Quran divine?
Okay, I'm not. By the way, I'm not saying this. This is what the Mutazilites said.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the Mu'tazilah, which were eradicated through the First Inquisition in Islamic history, they believe that saying something is an uncreated means that they have divine attributes. Being uncreated is a divine attribute, and therefore you're doing something shirky because you're attributing God's attribution to something that is not God, which is the Quran itself. Again, I'm not saying this makes sense. I'm just saying.
See, I wouldn't give any credit or credence to anything other than God. So I'm not saying that the Quran deserves this type of credit. I think God deserves credit for the Quran itself. The Quran is just a tool that's used, just like the Prophet, peace be upon him, was a tool that was used to spread the word of God.
I'm curious. Do you accept Hadith Bukhari as a legitimate source of?
Yes, but it's much deeper than that. I'm studying it right now. I have not chosen an al-Qaeda. I have not chosen a madhab. I have not chosen a fiqh. I've only been a Muslim for about a year and a half, so I'm still getting a good fundamental understanding of the Quran itself and going to the Arabic and looking up direct translations. I want to make sure I really understand.
But you do accept hadith.
I do. I'm not a hadith rejector. No, because I mean that comes with all kinds of other problems. When it comes to
but he does know how to study a hadith, or if there is a hadith, look into it before we answer a question.
I can see the grading method. There's like, for example, there's
or chains or things like that.
Exactly. There's Sahih hadith.
Matan.
Like the one where it says that the Prophet, peace be upon him, after he got his revelation, he thought it was, from something else, and he went to go fling himself off the mountainside multiple times, right? I'm sure you've probably, as an ex-Muslim, have heard of that before, correct?
That's a weak hadith, I think.
Exactly, but that's the thing, is that actually it's Sahih. The hadith itself is Sahih.
It's Sahih, but it's part of. It's categorized like it's Sahih, as in like it's officially recognized by Bukhari, but it's not. But it's categorized as something that it's not like, because I know Sahih Bukhari has certain categories for hadith that is not true. Like he's correctly recognized that this is weak, but it's still Sahih. Is that what you're saying?
No. So what I'm saying is that part of that is authentic and accepted. But then when it gets down to the second part of that hadith, and it says some have heard that the Prophet used to think about, is the some have heard part, there's no chain for that. So that part of the hadith is not accepted.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. There, like Bukhari, for example, sometimes has put his stamp of approval on some people saying. He hasn't proved, like he puts his stamp of approval on certain hadiths not being true. So him putting his stamp of approval does not necessarily mean that thing happened. He could put his approval on the fact that people are saying certain things. Like, right? Is that what you're saying?
If there's an unbroken chain, yes. If we have a chain and that chain is unbroken and meets the requirements of the chain of custody, then we're fine.
Also, are you going to do the Ben Salman thing where it says that only hadith that you accept is mutawatir, or that's not what you're doing? Oh
no, every hadith on its own merit. I don't think we. I think whenever there is a hadith, we'll look into it and see.
But there's a new trend. There's a new trend that some people are saying that Sahih is not good enough. A hadith has to be mutawatir for them.
What they're doing in Saudi Arabia. I mean, we can look at things and we can discuss them. And,
I don't necessarily agree with that.
I think that's a very broad question in terms of the amount of hadith that are out there and.
Okay, one last question. Khalil, are you an Ibn Taymiyyah fan?
There's some things that I like about Ibn Taymiyyah. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There's some things that I like.
Are there things that you hate about Ibn Taymiyyah?
I haven't really studied him too much. I won't say that I like everything that he has to say because I haven't read everything. So I'm still open to hating something that he says.
Okay.
What a great stream it's been, guys. Armin, I think this is a record coming up to 3 hours and 52 minutes, or no?
This is rookie.
Light for
this
you.
is rookie. This is lightweight. No, it was a really good conversation. I really appreciate it. You've been very friendly. You can probably rename yourself. You can rename yourself Friendly Ex-Muslim. And
we already have that. That's taken. Yeah.
Oh, you already have one? Okay.
Abdullah Samir.
Yeah. So I would like to talk more. I'm more than happy to come on the stream, or if you want to come on my stream, We can do some cross-pollination. I got plenty of Muslims, ex-Muslims, Christians, atheists, all kinds of people over on my channel. What was it the other night? We got up to like 130 people watching at one time.
Nice.
I've had up to 500 people watching.
Yeah,
if you'd like to come over and have a conversation, I'd like to have a conversation with you, and that might actually, we can cross-pollinate and grab viewers from each other's channels.
That would be great. And also, you feel free to use these videos and upload them on your channel if you ever want to.
Sure. Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Okay. And cut
Yeah,
them
no,
or do
we had
whatever.
who's that atheist girl that came up the other night? The one that had the debate on modern day debate.
Godless Girl.
Godless girl. Yeah, I mean, we get quite a few atheists come up because I mean, EA Dower knows a lot of atheists from his atheist.
Yeah,
channel, so
I've had
quite a
Matt
few.
Dillahunty on my show. I've had Seth Andrews. I've had Aaron Ra. I've had Michael Shermer. Who else have I had? I've had T Jump on my channel before. I've actually debated T Jump.
I would be interested in going through every single one of these problematic hadiths or views or Quranic verses that people have an issue with.
I could have a brother there to do that for you. Like for me, like I said, I specialize in certain things. I specialize in taking you through a series of arguments to where I ask you an important question at the end. If that's what you believe, why are you still an atheist? That's what I specialize in. And then I move you on to another brother who specializes in the next step in the process. I'm doing is I'm creating a very articulate way of showing people that God exists without bringing all this BS to them up front and saying, hey, you got to accept all this. Like, that's not how this is going to work.
You know, I am very open to not being an atheist. Okay. Mm-hmm. People, I don't think people believe that when I'm saying that, but as I'm looking, it would be an amazing event if somebody actually proves. I don't think like there is any proof, but I'm not running away from it because it would be an extraordinary event of my life to be able to know that I was wrong.
I said the exact same thing when I was an atheist. Almost every stream, I said I'm willing to change my mind if someone brings me something that convinces me otherwise. As a determinist, I would have no choice but to accept it. I would not be able to. I would be convinced of it, and then once I did, I received about 3 or 4 death threats once I became a Muslim from my YouTube viewers, from my atheist viewers. Death threats.
Atheists sent you death threats?
Yes, they said, you helped me out of my Christian view. You helped bring me out of religion and that toxicity. And you're so smart and you've done all this and that. And now you're a Muslim and now you're making me question my own view again. And I'm like, isn't that kind of the point?
And what death threats did they send you? Like
they were going to find me and they were going to hurt me and my family and kill me and my family and all kinds of stuff. Yeah. I'm not saying this generally the entire atheist community, but I did receive some death threats, and then I saw some very, very tribalistic comments by other atheist YouTubers like Ethan Michael, your friendly neighborhood atheist channel. He says, well, guys, we lost another one to Islam. And I'm sitting here like face palming. I'm like, we lost another one? That sounds very cultish. Like, well, we lost another one, guys. Like, please choose better words to use.
Kenny's saying that's horrible, but it's not representative of atheists.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. I'm not saying that I don't want to generalize atheism. There are plenty of friendly atheists, amazing atheists who are humanists, but I've been seeing some misconceptions within like atheists saying, well, we need to, like, my government name is Justin, right? And I have atheists that will on a daily basis argue for LGBTQ rights and people to be able to identify as they want to. But when I speak to them, they call me Justin. I say, can you please call me Khalil? That's what I want to be identified as. And they're like, no, shove off. I'm not calling you Khalil. And I'm like, aren't you an advocate for people wanting to identify as they please? Why won't you do that with me?
Where do you find these atheists?
They're all over the place, man. They're all over Facebook. They're all over Clubhouse. We see them in the comments of my streams all the time.
Speaking of LGBTQ stuff, what's your view on that?
I think that people just live their lives and you do you and I'll do me.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. That was another gotcha question.
Yeah, exactly. Now we're supposed to be like, no, screw those guys. Let's put them to death and throw them from the rooftops.
No, wait a minute, friendly Muslim. What do you think? What do you mean? Like, do you really think
No, not you. I'm just generally talking. Like it's all. That's all that in the comments also.
I think that was very unfair.
I'm sorry.
That was very unfair. Like, did you, based on the way EA Dabo talks, do you think I expected anything? Do you think I would have been shocked if I heard something else?
Yeah.
That would be
no.
Like, do you think I'm one of those guys that think like, oh, you're a Muslim, you must be wanting to behead LGBT people? Like, oh, this Dabo, he would kill me if he gets his hands on him. You think I'm one of those guys that thinks like that? That was
okay. Now I feel bad. Sweetheart. Step on my face. Forgive me.
Step on my face. Yeah, no. Basically, it's people. They do what they want to do. Obviously, my views are against it, but is it my job to go out there and condemn everybody else that doesn't follow my views? No. You do what you do. You've heard it a million times. I'm not going to go out there and make you feel bad for it. It's between you and God. So I'm just going to leave you alone and let you do your thing.
Yeah.
And that's
simply that easy.
Okay.
All right.
Are we done? Yeah.
But guys, make sure.
I want to talk about atheists. You said these atheists.
No. We have to.
Next,
but guys,
okay. Last point. Final point.
Next week we'll do it next time, man. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, just let me know. Let me know. I'll come on anytime.
Oh no, it's a joke. So I used to identify as an atheist when I was 11 or 12, but I was made a Hindu by my atheist friends only.
I didn't understand that because you were blowing into your microphone too.
Okay, so I'm saying that I used to identify as an atheist, but my atheist friends forced me into identifying as a Hindu.
Oh, really? Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah. Because in India, for Khalid who doesn't know, Hindu atheists like to,
yeah. I was explaining it to him. Yeah, sorry, go on.
Yeah.
We keep keep the creme de la creme, and the bad people go to call themselves atheists.
Okay, you're blowing into. Okay. All right, you're blowing into the mic. Guys, make sure you go and subscribe to EA Dawa. EA Dawa, just search for EA Dawa. It's the first thing that shows up, and yeah, subscribe to that channel. See if you could hop on air and challenge Khalil on his channel if you're interested in that.
Yep.
All right, guys. I'm gonna end the stream. No more questions. Okay, this is good. I'm gonna end this.
Bye.
Yeah. Bye, Satya. Bye, friendly Muslim.
Bye, Satya.
Bye, Edabo.
See you later.
Bye, Khalil.
Thanks for having me on. Yes. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.